Hi. Good morning. We try that again. Good morning. Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ting. I'll be your MC today. And on behalf of UN Women, I just want to say a very warm welcome to Project Inspire 5 Minutes to Change the World. Aside from you guys, I'm glad to see the room has filled up. We also have millions and millions of people watching through our virtual world over there. So hi to you guys as well. Well, we hope millions. We don't know. We can pretend, right? Okay, so before we start, just a couple of things. I'm in charge of housekeeping, so I've got it all highlighted here. And the first thing is, I'm to tell you to please turn your mobile phones to the silent mode so that when our finalists are presenting, we don't distract them and we encourage them. You guys okay over there? Yeah? Nervous? Yeah? Don't worry, it's a very warm audience, you know? I mean, we right, guys? We're very supportive, yeah. And I think this is one thing actually that makes Project Inspire quite different from a lot of other competitions. I think it's the environment. It's an encouraging one. It's not about winning, although everybody wants $25,000. But I think it is about that bigger picture. It's about the opportunity to meet people, to network, to connect, and to come together to learn, really. So now, Project Inspire is a joint initiative by the Singapore Committee for UN Women and MasterCard, conceived, as we can see, to inspire young people to come up with sustainable solutions to change the world and to impact disadvantaged women and girls through social education, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, or Africa. Now, this is the 5th year of Project Inspire. I've been here since the first year, and it's been very exciting. Thank you for the thumbs up, Trina. But no, it really has. And it was launched in March of 2011 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of International Women's Day and MasterCard's 25th anniversary in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa. Now, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa comes up a lot in my script, so I'm just going to drop that, okay, Georgette? Now, in its 5th edition, it's been really exciting to see year on year the progress that Project Inspire has made and the reach that it has had. It's now a multi-award winning initiative and one of the most high-profile CSR programs in the Asia Pacific region. So I think round of applause to the organizing team. Really, in terms of all the effort that's gone into spreading that awareness. Now, so how has it worked? Youth around the world between the ages of 18 and 35 were encouraged to send in a 5-minute pitch on how they would be able to empower disadvantaged women and girls through social entrepreneurship. And what's interesting this year actually was that a new theme was introduced, which was a focus on technology or design for economic empowerment. And so applicants were asked to demonstrate how they could use design or technology as a tool in the work they're doing to enable and empower women economically. Now, this year I'm excited to say there were over 430 pitches received, and of the 430 pitches received, we have our 10 finalists here today. I think we give you guys another round of applause for making it all the way through. And the pitches, of course, came from all over the world, and so have our finalists. We have finalists from as far as the States to Uganda to Tanzania, across Asia, Bhutan, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Australia. We're so glad that you guys have flown out. You've taken the time to be with us. You guys went to the art museum yesterday, is that right? Yeah? How was that? Super? Cool. And I think after today, you can relax a little bit tonight. Maybe tomorrow, for those of you not flying off, have some time to take in a little bit more of Singapore. Now again, why are they all here? Why is everybody here? It's really to pitch our ideas for the US $25,000 Project Inspire Women's Empowerment Grant to bring those ideas to life. But if there's one thing that I found over the last 5 years, is that the participants and the finalists who have come here, while the $25,000 was great to help bring ideas to life, I think what the judges and really UN Women will agree is that I've seen so many of the ideas come to life even without that grant. I think it's really the passion, it's that commitment, it's that perseverance that you guys have that have made you stand out, and that's why you're here. So that's exciting for us to see, and it's a journey that we do follow, and we're excited to see where you guys will be at next year. Now, we have some alumni with us, right? Past Project Inspire alumni. Oh yeah, this is where you raise your hand and you're like, woo, woo, me. Yeah, okay, cool. We've got 1, 2, 3. What years were you guys from? 2014? 2011? 2013? Oh, look at you guys, representing all the years. Well, we're very happy to have you guys here with us today. So round of applause for our past finalists as well. Okay, because awards are exciting, we have many awards. We also have a People's Choice Award. Now, it's relatively long, this paragraph here, on how this happened, so I'm going to summarize it for you. But first, there were 20 that they were selected, top problem solvers, and then it was cut down to 9. Those 9 became finalists. Of the 9, the top 1 basically got a wild card to come out here as your People's Choice Award winner. So one of our finalists here is that People's Choice Award winner. We'll get to that later on in the day. One of the things that was quite interesting about this piece that was run with crowdfunding partner Chuffed is that each of these participants got to have their own campaign fundraising page, and collectively they raised over $40,000, which they got to keep, which went back to their project, so that's quite exciting. So, how does it work today? Each of our finalists will be up on stage. They have 5 minutes to present their ideas to our lovely judging panel, who I'll introduce in a second. At the 4-minute mark, they'll be given a signal. And at the 5-minute mark, a bell will go off, at which point you have to, be quiet. And they're very strict about it. Are you guys going to be strict again this year? Has it been part of your briefing? I know last year they were super strict. It was like people were stopping mid-sentence. It was crazy. Is that the plan this year? Think so? Okay. All right, guys, good luck. So there's that. And after the 5 minutes is a 10-minute Q&A session. Speaking of Q&A, another thing that we've got this year that's new and fancy is Pigeonhole. Any of you used Pigeonhole before? Yeah? Okay. For those of you who haven't, Pigeonhole is basically an online platform where you can submit questions, which we'll put to the finalists. If you take out your phones, I know I said keep them just now, but now you can take them out again. And you go to your internet browser and you go to phlive.at. There will be an event passcode that you can type in, which is PI 2015. Very tricky, PI, Project Inspire 2015, don't forget. All right, so once you punch that in, you'll be able to access Pigeonhole and to put in any questions that you might have for the finalists, or feedback, or encouragement. Speaking of feedback and encouragement, we also have Twitter as a platform, and we'd love to have a conversation going there as well. So that's Twitter is at proj_inspire. And if you've got thoughts, comments to share, you can use the hashtag #ProjInspire. Okay? Now, let's get to it. So I'm just going to do a quick introduction of our judges here today before I hand the stage over to Trina, and then invite our first finalist up on stage. Now, our judges today, we've got with us an international judging panel of global development and social entrepreneurial experts, social advocates, and business leaders. And our judges, we're really, really glad and fortunate that you've joined us today. Your collective experience, I think the types of questions that you put to the finalists will really help them in formalizing and sort of putting together the business plans that they have as well. And also to just a shout out to any of the mentors in the room who have also helped to support the finalists over the last couple of days in working through those plans. So our judging panel today, we've got Jasjit Singh, Associate Professor of Strategy from INSEAD. Jasjit, you want to just wave and say hey? Oh, he says this is a picture from his younger days, so you have to turn around until they still recognize you if they see you, you know. Okay, guys, it's not that kind of competition, okay? Our next judge is TV Seshadri. He's the head of business process simplification with MasterCard Asia Pacific. Yeah, big smile, big smile. We've got Mr. Brendan Toomey. He's Vice President, Human Resources Asia Pacific, Hilton Worldwide. Now, sorry, go ahead. Which reminds me, I forgot to mention a very important point earlier. There was one more award, actually, the runner-up prize, courtesy of Hilton Worldwide, where a runner-up here will walk away with $10,000 US. So thanks very much to Hilton. And our next judge, quite a familiar face on this panel. Have you been judged since the first year? Second or third year? Yeah, I think 2-3 years. We have Ming Tan, the director of the Como Foundation. Ming. We have Shamina Singh, Executive Director of MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. So Kim Ong, Associate Professor, NUS Mechanical Engineering Department. Renhua Ho, Chief Executive Officer with Taiwan Group. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's our judging panel. And at this point, I would like to invite Ms. Trina Liang Lin, the President of the Singapore Committee for UN Women, up on stage to please give her welcome address. Trina.
Hello. Okay. Well, the mic actually works. I was told it wasn't working this morning. Well, good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Project Inspire. Hi. Hi. It's always wonderful to see this group every year. It's an inspirational day for all of us at UN Women Singapore. And, as I look back over 5 years, when Georgette and myself thought about Project Inspire, we were at a coffee shop in Novena, and we were thinking, what can we do for International Women's Day to celebrate 100 years? Something impactful, something to change the world, something to really bring in the numbers to show that we in Singapore, that small little dot, can actually do something to change the world. And here we are today. So I'm going to share with you some statistics. Up till this point in time, we've had 2,063 submissions. We have 160,000 in grants that we've given out, and projects in 8 countries with beneficiaries that number about 17,000 women and girls. That's the kind of impact that Project Inspire has had, and UN Women Singapore is just so proud to be part of this process. And most importantly, I think when I hear that participants and finalists from 2013, 14, 2012 are here, you can see that this community has this community has really grown and blossomed. And I know that they keep in touch, they encourage each other, they still collaborate. And I think we at UN Women are just so happy that that process and that bonding is still happening to really change the world. So let me tell you a little bit about why Project Inspire, okay? And you'll recognize yourselves here. There are 3 types of people here today, and you'll see either yourself in one or all 3 of these, okay? You are either a person who's the social entrepreneur, or you are the person who believes in the cause of gender equality, okay? And you can be a man or a woman. So as a feminist, you can be a man or a woman. Or you can be an enabler, which are the sponsors here today. So these are the 3 things. Now, either you're one or you're all 3, okay? Or 2. Right. So first, let me talk about the social entrepreneur, like yourselves. There are many different definitions of social entrepreneur on the internet, as you know, but the one I use very often is the one by Ashoka. Social entrepreneurs are individuals with innovative solutions to society's most pressing social problems. They are ambitious, persistent, tackling major social issues and offering new ideas to change the world. Social entrepreneurs are often possessed by their ideas, committing to their lives to changing the direction in their field. They are visionaries, but they're also realists, and are ultimately concerned by the practical implementation of their vision. They present user-friendly, understandable, and ethical ideas. So that's exactly what you guys are, right? Now let me speak about the cause. Why women? Now 2 years ago, at the Women of the World conference in New York, Hillary Clinton said that women's rights are the great unfinished business of the 21st century, and that women's rights are human rights, and human rights are women's rights. So we here today, women and men, are united in that one common inspirational belief that being change agents for women strengthens not just families, but bonds communities and ensures peace and security and economic security for countries all over the world. That's what we all believe in. And last but not least, the enablers. And these are our supporters, our families, our encouragers. And the sponsors here as well are enablers. And I want to, before I conclude, really thank them as well. First and foremost, a special thank you to our founding enabler, MasterCard, who really have not just put up the prize money, but they have been part of this journey of being a true partner, of helping us change mindsets internally within UN Women, but externally through our many campaigns as well. And we are so proud to be connected to an organization that dreams so big. Bain & Company, one of the world's foremost consulting firms. No doubt most of you have heard of Bridgespan. Ren, one of our judges, is an alumni of Bain as well. Bridgespan provides strategic consulting for the nonprofit sector. Their team has provided invaluable coaching to each and every one of these finalists, and we're truly grateful for their multi-year commitment to Project Inspire. This year, we also want to thank Brendan and the Hilton Group for partnering us. Many of you have heard about Travel with a Purpose, a Hilton CSR initiative. Hilton not only leads CSR initiatives in hospitality, but is recognized as an innovative leader in the CSR space. And last but not least, INSEAD, as Judge Jeet, it's one of the top institutions of learning in the world and our wonderful knowledge sponsor. Their professors, and especially Judge Jeet, have provided invaluable guidance to our Project Inspire finalists since inception, and some of their students have become winners as well in Project Inspire. This year, the faculty have invited Project Inspire finalist teams to apply for their annual INSEAD Social Entrepreneurship Program in Singapore. And we're excited to share that INSEAD has offered this year to provide up to, not one, not two, but 3 selected Project Inspire finalist teams with full scholarships. So that's what I call enabling, right? So after all that, there is only one thing left to say today, and I wish all of you a wonderful day ahead of learning and inspiration, but above all, network, network, network. Okay, don't be shy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trina. Okay, so I guess it's time now to introduce our first finalist of the day. As I do that, I invite the other 9 finalists to please take your leave of the room, and we will see you later as you come in to present. Our first finalist of the day is Deepak Ashwini. His organization is called Dozen. The project name is Happy Green Cooperative. The location is in Bhutan. The theme is technology, and the project's aim, it says here that Dozen is a Bhutanese cooperative that solves the global problem of open cooking fires that globally affects more than 2.5 billion people and causes 4.3 million deaths per year due to its harmful smoke. So Deepak, if you're ready, we'll have you up on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, remember to be very, very warm, very friendly, smile a lot, be very encouraging. These guys are nervous. They've been working hard. They've flown all the way to get out, here to Singapore to present to you. So please, let's give them a very warm round of applause and lots of smiles and encouragement.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deepak, or you can also call me Tupac. I'm founder of Dozen, which provides most affordable and clean cooking energy solution for all in Bhutan. You might be thinking that this hut is on fire, but it's not. This is smoke coming out of open cooking fires by burning firewood, which is practiced by more than 2.5 billion people globally. This is what's going on inside. Globally, 500 people die every hour due to the harmful smoke coming out of open fires, which are more deaths than AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis combined, mostly affecting women and children. It's also one of the major environmental concerns, with 21% of global black carbon emissions coming out of it. And Bhutan is one of the highest wood fuel consumer per capita in the world. For us, this is a tragedy. We solve this global problem by making this. It's a fuel cookie, a renewable fuel. It's made by compressing forestry and agricultural waste resources without any additives. using a well-proven technology. Let's see how does it work. We go to the village and ask the rural people to provide forestry and agricultural waste resources to us instead of burning at home in open fire. We put that waste resources into a machine to compress it in our local factory and make these fuel cookies. For example, a woman providing 6 kilograms of waste resources such as twigs, branches, agricultural waste to us gets back 1 kilogram of these fuel cookies and a smokeless stove on nominal lease in which these fuel cookies are used. Rest of the fuel cookies made from her contribution are sold in cities at cheaper price than competition, and that generates revenue for us, which allows to cross-subsidize the services provided in rural areas. Now you might be thinking that why would rural people change their centuries-old behavior by coming to us? This is because we ask them to provide 50% less waste resources compared to what they burn in open fire. And in return, they get very affordable and combination of stove plus fuel in their own village. This really triggers their mindset. And by the way, the food taste is also not changed. We communicate this message very precisely through a local influential person, such as village head or a chairperson. And all the distribution channel and after-sales services are taken care inclusively, and we train the local people to be part of our value chain. On the other hand, in urban areas, restaurants are able to reduce their cooking bills by 50% by replacing the fossil fuel-based petroleum gas, which is imported from India. And in return, we get a very healthy gross profit margin, which allows us to become financially sustainable. This really creates win-win-win situation for all of us while tackling one of the biggest global problems. And this is the reason why this project should be considered for this grant prize. We have proven this concept by making 2 villages smokeless in Bhutan. To scale this project in Bhutan and beyond, these are the 2 main important factors. Stoves upfront cost. We purchase our stoves from our suppliers who make the best product in the world. But we have to meet that upfront cost. And this is where this award money can help us by directly benefiting more than 2,000 people and meeting their stove upfront cost and allowing us to become financially sustainable. Each stove that is leased in rural areas is recovered back within 6 months due to the fuel sales in urban areas. Another reason is supply-demand balance. Whatever surplus fuel made from rural areas' contribution has to be sold somewhere. And this is the reason why we diversify our revenue stream from restaurants, schools, industries, and heating sector. This means that any country with the inefficient use of agricultural and forestry resources in rural areas and a market demand of this fuel in urban areas can scale this model. For example, in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Thank you very much. And I'd like to, if you want to see the fuel cookie.
So hi, I'm Jasjeet Singh. I'll be making sure that the questions the judges ask are not very hard. That's what I've been told. Anybody wants to get us started? Ming, please.
Thank you very much, Deepak. Do we stand up or do we sit down? Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your distribution for the sale of excess fuel cookies? How do you get into these urban households, restaurants, schools, etc.?
Yeah. So we don't actually target urban households at this initial stage because the distribution becomes very complex. If we target the urban households, that means we have to go into the retailer market. So what we actually do is we are interested into the customers who buy the bulk in once. And we just fill up the truck and send to their address directly. And these are the people like schools and industries. These are our favorite customers. But we also target the restaurants because they are in the biggest pain due to the commercial price of the imported LPG. and we get a very high profit margin from them. So these are the three main important customer targets in urban areas.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the collection points and how that works? And you're sort of recommending that there are 30 of those and that there are sort of 30 women that would be manning each of the collecting points. Have you thought about what happens if they're not well? You know, what sort of backup plans there are if they're absent from those points, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah. So all the collection points in the rural areas are outsourced. That means what we do is, like, imagine here's a village. We find a household which is next to the road, and particularly we prefer people with the old couples or unemployed people, and they get certain incentives. What we ask them is a patch of a land, and we don't make any infrastructure over there. The households that are going to provide the wood waste there, they put a small bamboo poles like this size, and each bamboo pole is representing each household. And they bring in the wood waste and put it there, and our truck comes once in a month, measure it and record it, and whenever they are supposed to get a bag of 30 kilos of fuel cookies, then they get it, and that goes inside the house. And that means we don't do any collection in rainy season. So all these things has to be maintained by the households, but the particular household that is responsible for that collection point, we train them, and we don't train only one, we train 2 or 3 members of those house to make sure. We also ask these questions like, how often are you at home and when you are there? And this also makes things very easy for us because it's a good customer relation, because the households know the person in their village. So they are communicating to them and we communicate to them. So that's how we also build a good customer relationship. Yeah.
Hi, I have a more technical question. I'd like to know this cookie compared to what they are burning now, the wood waste. Have you done a life cycle assessment to find out which one is greener? Yep. Is your cookie greener? And the other thing is with respect to forest conservation. Yes. How is this better as compared to wood waste?
Yeah. So first of all, maybe there's a misunderstanding, but we don't accept any trees at all. So we have certain rules, like more than 10 centimeter diameter of any stick is not allowed to be. And there's a maximum limit for each household per year. So that there's a cap they can't give. Another reason is that presently they use about 15 kilograms or 16 kilograms of wood per day. And we only ask them to bring like 50% less, like 6-7 kilograms per day, and that's enough for their daily requirement. And our stove that we use requires 84% less wood waste compared to the open fire. So actually, whatever we do, we are actually leaving more behind in the nature compared to consuming. And this is a carbon neutral, as you know, it's a renewable fuel, it's a carbon neutral technology. So we make sure that we are carbon neutral and not emitting any emissions or doing the damage to the forest. And another reason, another way to make sure is that we try to bring the third party to do the impact assessment, so that in case if there's something that we missed out, can we bring government or any other NGO to make sure that there is certain things that they find out and we can correct it.
Deepak, may I ask a question? Yeah. So very impressive. A question on the business side. You mentioned that you'll be using the grant to cover the initial cost of the stoves, partially. In the longer run, would you always rely on grants like this to cover the initial cost of the stove, or do you imagine that at some point you'll be able to cover that with your operating profits?
Okay, so the break-even time for all this cycle, including the machines cost and the stoves cost, is about 2 years. And we just started selling things in the market. That means the drawback of this model is the initial upfront cost that is required. And right now we were able to set up the machine due to the other funders' commitment. But still the stoves part is missing. And the award money, this award money will not only help for the stoves, but also for the training and setting up the collection points and all those things. We are not aiming to be relying on the grants forever. After these 2 years, we will reinvest that money, and all the money that is earned from the urban areas will actually help us to gain more stoves in future.
Hi. How long does the 1 kg of free fuel last the household?
Usually for a 5-member family, 6-member family, it's for a whole day. So you just need 300 grams per meal to cook.
Could I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
So they give 6 kg.
Yeah.
They get back 1 kg.
Yes.
So how much? You said you collect once per month. So how long are they surviving with the fuel that you're giving
Yeah.
them? A month, or do you give them a month's supply and then you come back and give them another month's supply? Is that how it works? Or?
So usually the way it works is like the bag that we have of the fuel cookie is about 30 kilos, which is approximately a demand for 1 month of a particular household. And the way they do their collection is like they don't come every day, with 6 kilo. They come with a bag of like 30, 40 kilos, and then they leave it, and then they come maybe after 1 week again with a bag of 30, 40 kilo. And we come once in a month. And the moment they hit 180 kilos, they get the bag of cookies into the home of collection point. So that's how it works. Yeah.
2 quick questions. The first is, how do you account for seasonality?
Yeah.
Because as we know, Bhutan is up in the Himalayas.
Yeah.
So how do the households continue to provide and get these cookies in the wintertime,
Yeah.
for example? And then the second question I have is, in addition to forestry wood waste, Bhutan is committed 51% of its land to become national park. So this is going to be an issue moving
60%.
forward.
60%.
60%.
Yeah.
Have you explored other sources of wood like construction waste?
Yeah. Okay. So the wood waste that comes to us, it's like I said before, we don't at all go into the trees part and all those things. Whatever presently people are collecting, we don't change their habits. So we just ask them, the way you collect now, you have to collect half of it, and whenever you collect now, you have to collect at the same time and bring to us. So actually, you mentioned winter season. Actually, winter season is a dry season, which means it's the best time of the year to collect the waste. And it's actually good for us also, because in winter, the heating demand is high. So we get more resources from them, and we can also supply in future, supply in heating market. In rainy season, we don't do any collection because we don't have any, we don't want to make expensive distribution system. So there's no rooftop on the rainy season. That's how it works for the collection. And for the waste material, any dry organic waste material can be put into the machine to compress. Right now, our model is that it's to benefit the rural people, because they are unable to afford these fuel and stoves. We want to crowdsource the raw material. But of course, in future, we will, let's say, if any government agency or private person has some part of waste, agriculture or forestry, they call us or we approach them, we are welcome to accept it. But for construction, we have to be a little bit careful, because our machine can be damaged with impurities of nails and everything. So we are looking into it, but it will be down the line. Yeah. Yeah.
So very short question. We have 40 seconds for him.
Okay. In terms of building out the execution, particularly because it's going to be time intensive, geographical reach of all the rural households, how are you going to build out your team in the next 2 years? Who are the people who are going to be on the ground, sourcing, talking, interacting with all the rural households?
Yeah, okay. 30 seconds. Okay, so we make sure that nobody outsider talks in the village. So if we are going into village A, we find the local change maker in that village who has done some other projects like water and all those. And we bring them on board, and we pay them as a consultancy or whatever, and then they are the one who are pitching this benefits of this project in this. If we go to village 2, either our trained person or this person, the new person in a change maker, they pitch them, so that people feel familiarity, that somebody responsible guy who already has reputation is pitching the idea to them.
Deepak, very good, very impressive.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak.
Thank you.
Can I have that cookie?
Yeah.
Can I keep it?
As you wish, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Would you also like to keep it?
No, I was thinking over lunch, if anybody wants to join me, I might go downstairs outside and try and burn it and just see if it works. I mean, don't worry, we won't, not in the nature of the competition, but I think it's cool. If anybody wants to touch and feel this later, you let me know. I love the idea of a field cookie. And I think one of the things that I think Deepak has set the bar very high. And I forgot, actually, coming into this, how inspired I was last year, and really how impressed I was with the amount of thought and progress, actually, that a lot of our finalists have already made in their respective fields and the different projects that they're working on. So very, very cool stuff. Thank you very much, Deepak. One other thing that I forgot to mention earlier is that applause should be saved till after the Q&A. So we'll just save that till the end. On that note, I think our next speaker is just getting mic'd up and ready to come on stage. He's from the Philippines. Our first year, actually, our winner was from the Philippines. Happy Noi, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's still doing very, very well. And Happy Noi has grown, it's expanded, and bam, he's senator now? Right? See what happens when you go through Project Inspire? You come out the other end a senator. It's crazy. Yeah. So, Happy Noi, very cool model, working with the sari-sari stores in the different villages throughout the Philippines, right? Yeah. Very cool. Okay, but we have another very cool project I'd like to introduce to you guys today as well. This one actually looks at seaweed farming, which is interesting. So our next speaker, finalist here today, is Justin Soldevilla Beag. The organization is SPPI, and the project name is Not All Farm Produce Grows on Soil. The project location is in the Philippines. The theme, again, technology. And the project aim here is to develop and strengthen the capacity of women seaweed farmers and local consolidators at the barangay level, barangay's village level, so that they may be able to form a community of practice on seaweed farming, post-harvest processes, and marketing. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Justin.
Thank you. Thank you for that incredible introduction. Yeah. So, am I audible? Yeah? Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here. My name is Justin, and I work as a volunteer for SPPI. It's a Center for Local Economy Development, and we support women seaweeds farmers in rural agricultural sectors in the Philippines. So, let me start by painting you a picture here. The fisheries is a very important sector in the Philippines, in the Philippine economy. In terms of employment, it employs indirectly and directly about 1 million people. So the unfortunate thing here is only 6% of those employed in the fisheries business are women. This is because social customs dictate that women, especially rural women, are responsible only for cooking, for carrying water, for fetching firewood, and all that. So this diminishes their decision-making capacity in the community level and increases the inequality level vis-a-vis their partners. But don't get me wrong, I'm here to emphasize that there is absolutely nothing wrong with espousing these traditional housewife roles. Empowerment does not come from being a farmer or being a carpenter or being an engineer or whatever career or whatever career you may choose or may think of. Empowerment does not also come from being a housewife. Empowerment comes from the liberty and the ability to choose what path you'll take in your life. Unfortunately, these women don't have that liberty. So I remember 4 years ago when I was about 14 years old, I met this woman. Her name was Erlinda Mayor. She was 42 years old, and she had 6 children. The only source of income for Erlinda and her family was a small convenience store in her house, and she had incredible difficulty sending her children to school, giving them proper education. She had incredible difficulty providing day-to-day costs because the income that she generates from her convenience store is incredibly lacking. So this is where our organization comes in. SPPI, we strengthen the capacities for women seaweeds farmers in rural agricultural sectors in the Philippines, most notably in northern Samar. So they had the capacity to create a community of practice in seaweeds harvesting, in post-harvest processes, and in seaweeds techniques. So in effect, what this produces is we generate the income level and the productivity level of the seaweeds market above the poverty line. So the community of practice refers to a learning program or a learning process it was developed by educational theorists back in 1991. So it's a learning program that occurs when people gather together and in an extended period of time, they collaborate. They share a certain interest, certain profession. They collaborate, they share ideas, they build innovations, and they share their techniques, especially when it comes to seaweeds marketing, seaweeds farming, and seaweeds processes. So if we win the project, the Inspire budget, like 21% of that would go to seaweeds training, seaweeds technical training programs. So we're going to teach these women farmers seaweeds, technical aspects of the seaweed program, like pest control, proper farming management, all the like. And another 21% of that would go to social entrepreneurship programs. And a huge emphasis on this social entrepreneurship program comes in gender sensitivity. So we have about 80 direct beneficiaries and hundreds more indirect beneficiaries. I'm going to take you back to Erlinda. So with the help of SPPI and our seaweeds program, Erlinda now has a pet goat. She now has a boat for her family. Her children now enjoy proper education, and she no longer has to choose between her children of who among those 6 children to buy new clothes for. Our organization strives to give women like Erlinda the capacity and the strength and the opportunity to provide for their families more, and to provide boats for their families, bikes for their children, most importantly, to put food on their table. And our organization strives to give these women a voice and the strength to generate sustainable livelihood and to improve their quality of life. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Questions?
Thanks, Justin. Very good.
Thank you.
The question I have for you is, you say it's the northern Samar that you have this in the...
Yes, sir.
Is that ecologically the place that this can be done, or can this be taken to other parts of Philippines sustainably?
Yes, sir. It can be taken, but the northern Samar is the most optimal place for seaweeds farming because it's a coastal area. So the biodiversity level there is rich, and the seaweeds program also enhances the biodiversity in the ecological levels in northern Samar as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Justin. I understand that the seaweed farmers sell the seaweed to SPPI.
Yes.
What does SPPI do with it, and what's the size of the market for seaweed that you can exploit?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because SPPI has one major buyer. Actually, the demand for seaweeds market is not lacking. The demand is actually 20 tons per month, but the supply is what we are having problems with. We can only generate 12 tons per year. So you can see the gap between the supply and the demand. So what SPPI does is, aside from developing the strength and the capacities of women seaweeds farmers, is we link them through local consolidators. These are also women employed by SPPI. We employ consolidators to link these farmers directly to our major buyer. Thank you.
Nice presentation, Justin.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Just a question around this sort of gender issue. So,
Yes, sir.
you know, you're focusing in on women. These women clearly have a role at home as well, looking after the family.
Yes, sir.
It appears that a significant portion of what you need to do is obviously to spend time training these people and educating them. So whilst that is going on, who is looking after the children at home? How is the support provided to that part of the
That's
the
a
project?
really good question, sir, because the children, they actually come with their parents to our training programs. We have trainers, we have volunteer trainers who are well-equipped to handle children, and yeah, they're well-equipped to handle children. They provide entertainment, and they also educate children on gender sensitivity issues, and also on the seaweeds market.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for a really inspiring presentation. One of the things I think you put in the plan was a certain amount of resources for technical training.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that I think like a couple $1,000 we spent on that. Can you tell us a bit more about that, and in terms of the time, in terms of investment in technical training, how long does it typically take to train their seaweed farming techniques from, let's say, point B to point A? And second of all, how do you plan to extend it over time beyond the 80 direct beneficiaries?
Yeah. So our time frame for the technical training program specifically is about 2 months. Yeah. So we provide them with pest control orientations. We provide them with information on how to prevent diseases. We basically educate them on the basics of seaweed farming, because seaweed farming is relatively unknown to some parts of these, to some rural parts of these beneficiaries, to the areas that the beneficiaries belong to. And so yeah, that's our scope. The reason why we use such a huge percentage of our budget on those trainings is because the seminars, the location there, we have trouble setting up the place in terms of power generation. Like, they only have one generator for each village. So imagine 90 or 100 or more families, 100 or more homes, only powered by one major generator. So you can imagine the difficulty we have when we are trying to train these people, when we can't even present them with visual aids from our PowerPoint presentations. Thank you.
So Justin, let me ask a question. Why seaweed farming in the first place? You can tell I'm already looking forward to lunch. In other words, I mean, there might be other ways you can support livelihoods that are potentially maybe more lucrative. How do you know that this really is the best way to be training women to look for livelihoods?
Yes, it's a very interesting question, sir. As I mentioned earlier, the demand for seaweeds products is already huge, because seaweeds is a very versatile product. You can use it, you can eat it as a snack. You can harvest the natural compounds in there and use it for the gels in there. You can use it to process toothpaste and hair gels and other products like pet food. So the seaweeds market not only services local developments in the Philippines, but it also reaches international markets.
I have another one, since okay, let me go, she's ready. No, so I was going to ask, if you don't get the 25,000, what's going to happen to the project?
The project will continue. Yeah, as the host mentioned earlier, even without the project, we're passionate about this. We're passionate about the women we help. We're passionate about the seaweeds market in itself enough to continue to look for other donors and continue to generate our own funds for the program.
Two very quick questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the seaweed a native species, or is it an introduced species from a biodiversity point of view? And the second question was, I was reading about this lady, Linda, and she's diving to check on her seaweed.
Yeah.
What depths do they dive to, and what are the safety protocols that they are taught?
So to answer your first question, there are multiple strains of seaweed they employ. Some are locally grown, some are imported from other places. And we actually have a cultural laboratory on a university level where we conduct research on the university level to generate and to breed strands of seaweed that are resilient to disease, resilient to natural disasters. And so to answer your second question, the people who dive for seaweed don't have to dive that very deep, because it's actually very shallow. It's near the coastlines. It's near where mangroves are. So there's not a huge risk of damage when they dive. Not a huge risk of injury on their person when they dive for seaweed.
Hi, Justin.
Hello.
When will your program become self-sufficient?
There's no actual data that would support the hypothesis that it would become self-sufficient without SPPI support. But there are farmers who contend that they can they can grow their own farms independently without SPPI, but there's no concrete data that would support that. We're still studying on that more.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
So 80 women, what's the breakdown for 80 women? Why not more?
We basically conducted a market survey and a household surveys. We've been conducting that ever since we've been involved in the seaweeds market. So we identified those most in need. So that's what we're focusing on, the people who live very far below the poverty line and those most in need of our support.
Can I just ask one more question? So if the gap between the demand for seaweed and the supply for seaweed is so high, you're choosing to go to the supply base of the people who are most in need. Is there any thought given to trying to figure out how you bridge the divide between the supply and demand more quickly, and then use those resources to serve the most needy?
That's actually one of the plans we're having if we win this project. That's actually one of the implementations we're going to do. We're going to increase the number of beneficiaries, because as of now, we can't do that given our limited budget.
So how much does the program cost per person per year?
It depends, sir, on how many modules they want to grow. A module, sir, is...
Give us a rough sense.
For one plot, basically, of seaweeds, that would generate about 240 Singaporean dollars per month. They need to buy seedlings for like, I don't know, $50? $50 is my rough estimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But mostly, sir, we distribute the seedlings for free once they enter this program.
Yep, got it. We have time for one very quick one. No? All good? You're just 18, are you?
Yes, sir.
You're a star, man.
Thank you.
Extra round of applause. Young man, well done.
I barely reached the age requirement this year.
You just made it in. If
Yeah,
you were
I
less
made
than
it
18,
in.
we wouldn't have let you
Yeah.
in. So.
Just
Great.
slip through.
Just slip through. Well, we're glad that you did. So thank you very much, Justin, for that presentation. I think one of the interesting things that comes out of Project Inspire, at least for me and hopefully for the audience as you sit there, is also to think about, in your capacity, if there are opportunities to work together, to collaborate. I was actually quite interested, and you have to get off the stage. I know. I'm not supposed to give anybody extra airtime. Amra, I know. I see you. I see you. But no, I mean, like, for me, I'm with Mercy Relief. We look at disaster relief. And actually what he was saying about the resilient strains that they're looking at the universities, resilient to natural disasters, actually that's quite interesting, at least from my perspective, if there's something that, eventually I will touch base with Justin about. So I know some of you maybe have questions. Your biggest one being, I used Pigeonhole and I put my question in and then you didn't take any of the questions, right? Or nobody put any questions in. Anybody use Pigeonhole yet? Guys, we have to cooperate with me. Please use Pigeonhole and put questions in, and we'll definitely get to them later on. During lunchtime, after lunch, there's a slot for, it's in here, there's a slot. There's a slot where we'll be taking those questions. So please feel free to use Pigeonhole, unless the judges are doing such a good job and asking all the exact same questions that you would have wanted to ask. Okay, on that note, Barbara is our next speaker this morning, our next finalist, Barbara Birungi. The organization she represents is Women in Technology Uganda. The project name is WITU Hub, and the location is in Uganda. Theme is also along technology, and the project's long-term mission is to support women's local capacity building and skills development for technology and entrepreneurship in Uganda by offering a collaborative environment for training, mentorship, and knowledge sharing in order to drive economic development in the region. So please join me in welcoming Barbara.
Thank you. Women in Technology Uganda has been introduced. Our vision is to create a zero technological gender gap in Uganda. We believe that technology has the potential to change Uganda economically and socially if we empower young women to create local solutions, both for themselves and their communities. So the idea of the hub just came as a way of creating this space where women can come in and innovate. I've worked with both men and women in trying to innovate, and you'll find that most times women will shy away from sharing, or even when they don't understand, they will shy away from asking. But if you put women together in a room, there's something that happens where they just go wild and they feel like they can do anything that they want. And so the idea of the WITU Hub came about when we identified the communities that we wanted to work in. We went around communities asking parents, community leaders, and the girls themselves, what would it take for them to be able to release and just create ideas and create stuff for themselves. And so some of the answers we got were a space where we can come in, get guidance, get advice, get training, and allow us to be ourselves without any fear, regardless of background, regardless of where we come from, a place that allows us to just innovate. And so this is one of our first girls that we trained. Her name is Susan. Susan's father left her mother when she was a little girl, and her mother opened up a little snack selling shop in front of their home. So it's a two-roomed home. At the front, they sell snacks, and at the back is where they stay. With her 5 children, she educated Susan up to senior 4 and told her, well, now I need to educate other siblings, so you need to leave school. And Susan started working with her mother. And because before we started the trainings, or even the hub, we went into the communities. One of the people that we reached out to was Susan's mother. And so when the hub opened, Susan's mother told her she has to go. And when Susan came to us, she told us she actually didn't want to come, but her mother forced her to come. And so one of the things we realized is the attitude that these girls have. If a girl has dropped out of school and doesn't really have hope for life, most of the times their hope for life is 0, and they just don't expect anything to come out of their lives. They are really, really low on confidence or anything in their lives. And Susan was like that. And so we started with attitude and behavior change towards life by bringing in women who have gone through hard situations like theirs and showing them that regardless of where you come from, you can actually change your life, showing them women entrepreneurs who have made it, bringing in role models, bringing in mentors, people who would work with them and show them that they actually can believe in themselves, working on their confidence, and then teaching them how to come up with ideas, showing them you can go within your community and identify something that you could actually change. And so with the girls that come to us, we ask them to do either 3 things. 1, you either start a business, you go into your community and look for an idea that could work, or 2, you improve an existing but failing business, or 3, you find a job. Those are the 3 options we give them. Susan chose to improve her mother's business. And so with the life skills training that we gave her, with the business skills training, financial management, how to run a business, how to get customers, and how to use mobile technology to improve the processes in a business, Susan got her mother's business, tore it apart, and put it together using how do we acquire customers, how do we ensure that our customers stay, basically the whole business model generation. And with that, she was able to teach her mother, not just herself, but teach her mother. And their restaurant within a year has gone from just being in the room of their front house. They've opened up an actual restaurant. And Susan has gone back to school. I think it's culinary school, where you learn how to cook. And her idea is to support her mother's business to a level that she can now also go and open up her own restaurant. A few statistics. Uganda has 34 million people, and 51% are below the age of 30. And according to UNESCO last year, 68% drop out of school while still in primary school. And out of every 6,000 pregnancies in our country, 24% are teenage pregnancies, which I believe contributes to the 360 deaths for every 100,000 births in the country. And so our solution trains women, not just encourages women to innovate, create solutions for themselves. We teach them coding, business skills, and we encourage them to create tech solutions and also business solutions to change their communities and their lives. So we've trained 500 women, and over 300 jobs have been created, and 50 small businesses have been impacted. And we've also come up with an innovation, an SMS solution that sends information to pregnant women and teenage girls on sexual reproductive health, family planning, and basic infant human care. So the 25K would basically be a bridge funding for us as we figure out our business model. We've come up with a model, and we want to be able to continue to offer our solution as we work on our business model. So this is what the 25,000 will do. 10,000 will go for business development at workshops, facilitating our trainers, and also internet to ensure that the girls can come online and be able to research and find solutions.
Well done, Barbara. Now you can breathe easier, slow down, relax. Okay, good. Judges?
On this particular slide, which is really impressive in terms of the reach and impact, which I think is one of the key missions of Project Inspire, tell us a bit more about particularly because there's a whole viral effect, a multiplier effect, right? Entrepreneurship breeds more entrepreneurship. So tell us in the early years about these 50 small businesses improved. I'd like to learn more. I mean, what are these 50 businesses? How do you benchmark them? What kind of sectors? So that we can understand the impact for the 50 small businesses improved.
So the businesses that we work with, when a girl comes to us for each cohort, the idea is you either create a business, improve an existing business, or find a job. So the 50 businesses have been either businesses that the girls have been involved in. Most of them either live with an aunt or an uncle or someone who's running a very tiny business. So we want them to use the skills that we teach them to take that business apart and bring it back together in a much better way so that you increase. If you were maybe earning $50 a month from that business, we want to see it earning 100,000. That's in Uganda. And we want to see it earning $100 a month. So that is how we work with the businesses and also follow them up. So the girls, even after the training, come back to us for advice, for mentoring. We even go and visit the businesses to ensure that, okay, and also give them advice. Maybe if it's a marketing issue that we see and we say, okay, you need to do X and X. So we empower them over a period of 6 months. The girls come, they can research on the internet. And most of them have been in general business, really small businesses, selling snacks or making shoes, like local African sandals. And some of them are actually tech businesses. So one of the businesses that is incubating is a tech solution. So we trained this girl, and she was able to go around and with the small businesses in the country, like maybe someone has a boutique or something like that, and she offers to build them websites. So because she didn't have like office space, and we have computers that have internet, she comes, builds the websites, and is able to get paid. Another business that we support is a photo studio. This girl has a mobile photo studio. So she bought a camera and goes and takes pictures around, comes to the hub, edits her pictures, sends them back to the clients, and is able to get paid. Another one, within the hub itself, we didn't have any place where they could buy food and stuff like that. And this girl came to us and said, okay, I've identified a need. There's nothing, when I wanted to buy a snack, there was no snack here. Can I actually set up a small thing? And we're like, yeah, sure. What are you going to sell? She's like, I'm going to make X and X and sell. So every morning she makes from her home, comes and sets up and sells to students themselves. Another one from, she was selling juice, walking around. And so on the street where the hub is, there's so many offices. And she just said, well, I noticed there is no restaurant on this area, apart from this girl that's selling this. So I want to be taking juice to every business each and every single day. And so she makes her juice, comes and sells juice to different businesses. Another one that has been improved was also her mother's business.
You're going to tell about all of your...
Sorry, he asked. He just asked. I'm sorry.
Just a very quick question.
Yes.
So how do these women find their way to you?
So 3 ways. We work with community leaders, parents themselves, and girls themselves. So as a girl, if you come through our program, one of the things we ask you is to recommend a friend that you feel would also benefit from the program. Then we also go around. We have these community radios. We advertise through community radios, but not just advertising. We also go into churches with the girls that we've trained. We just go and say, so X was here with us. She was in area X, now she's doing X. That encourages girls and also parents to bring us their kids. And then we have local youth leaders, local government youth leaders. We also work through those. So they empower cities with small loans that the government has provided, but there's no business development services offered. So we go to the KCC, Kampala Capital City Authority, local youth leaders, and ask them, so those people that they are giving money, can they give them to us so that we actually give them business development skills, so that there's no reason for them to fail. If you just give money to someone without business skills, chances are the business is going to fail. It's not always about money, so yes. Yes.
Go for it.
Well, very inspiring. Thank you for that one. My question is, you explained the sexual reproductive health training very well.
Yes.
For the businesses created, do they give jobs to the girls? Are the jobs created within some businesses? Do you have that examples too in your?
So some of the jobs created have been the girls themselves creating the businesses. Mm-hmm. And no, they don't necessarily hire fellow students or girls that have come through the program. But we as a hub, one of the ways we make money is through getting contracts like data entry jobs. And the girls that we give to do that particular work is the girls themselves that we've trained. So that is one way. And also, if a company comes to us and they want maybe to be trained in computer skills, we'll use the girls themselves. We train, like we have a trainer of trainers, so we pick out the best, train them, and send them to these companies to be able to execute the work. So we take a pay, and they also get a cut from that particular work. Or a company comes to us and they want software built for them. We still get from the very girls, build the software, we take an administrative cost, and the girls also take something.
Thank you.
Can you say more about your team?
Yes. Sorry, I don't have a picture of my team, but yes. So my team is comprised of 5 women. We have a programs manager, we have a finance and administrative manager, we have a life skills and social worker trainer and an entrepreneurship trainer. And then the other part of the team are really just volunteers. So we get these men and women who own tech businesses that are really good at technology development or business to come and offer some of our classes or some of our training. So it's a structured way that from the beginning we know who's going to come each and every time, and this is just voluntary work. We also try to get other businesses to come in and offer some services where we feel we cannot. We work with, for example, banks will come in and offer financial literacy training, where we can't do it ourselves, we find partners to do it. But my team is comprised of 5 full-time people.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Barbara. I've got some very quick questions. The first is you run a business accelerator separately from this. So is there crossover at all in these opportunities? Second question, clearly what you do for these girls is transformational. How long is that process? Is it you have 1 class a year or 2 classes a year? So those are kind of my 2 key questions. And then last thing I just wanted to say is I really like your approach about saying that you can either start a business or find a job. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone, it's hard. So I like the fact that you've got that diversified approach.
Okay. So Hive Collab is a business accelerator that also focuses on technology, and there's a lab between the two. So when you train girls in coding and building skills, sometimes we send them over to Hive Collab to act as interns to some of these, the ones that want entrepreneurship in tech. We send them over to act as interns to these businesses. And the idea is for them to learn the loops of how to run a business. Sometimes you'll be really excited, but learn after going through an actual startup and seeing what it is. Some of them are like, no, that is not for me. And so they will either bat out or they will get really encouraged and work and either change even their idea. Sometimes you run your idea past someone else and they're like, no, or maybe that already exists. How is yours better? So basically collaborating with the girls and the guys. And we understand this. The separation hub is just to get these girls empowered, believing in themselves and their confidence up before they can actually come into a hub where there are guys who are already confident, who are already building. So there needs that bit of separation, and then after that they loop into the hub. So there's a kind of correlation. And some of even the trainers that I talked about, the businesses that come and offer services are from the general Hive Collab. Your second question, sorry.
You have 1 class of girls a year,
Oh, no.
2 class girls a year?
So our program is 3 months, 50 girls every 3 months. And so with these 3 months, these are like the intense every single day. You're either improving a business or you're starting a business. And once you've started it and understood the loops, using the business canvas model generation, you've understood the loops, then now you come into the incubation bit, which is 9 months long. So that whole year, we are trying to enforce what we taught you. We are helping you, if it's using human-centered design, to go out and research in the market. If we have the time, we'll come with you and ensure that you're actually doing something that people will buy, because sometimes people build solutions. Like you build something and you're believing, yes, there's this need, and you build it and take it to the people and they're not buying in. You need to have that buy-in from the people even before you go so far and build your idea.
Barbara, last question. Do you charge a fees, and do you imagine charging a fees if you don't? And if so, what fraction of your costs you think you can cover from course fees?
So from the students themselves, so we charge $20, and the reason we charge $20 is not necessarily to make money from these girls, but when it's totally free, there's a way, with the first cohort it was completely free. There's a way girls, because most of them have either been told to come by their parents or something, there's a way they don't really take it that serious. But if someone has paid their 50,000 shillings, they will want to, it's our money, we paid it, and it kind of gives them a sense of, yes, we are paying, and this is not just a free thing. So, no, we do not charge. But if the business is incubating within, and it's making money, for example, the girl who has a restaurant there, now we are charging her for the electricity she uses. So, yeah, we do.
Very good. Well done. Thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you. That's funny. They charge enough for electricity. I like it. It's good. Okay, so for those of you who have to go to the bathroom, hold it. We have 2 more speakers. You can go after that. No, at least you know how timeline, right? You know, pace yourself, right? So, okay. So we've got 2 more speakers before we take a quick break. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next one. Another very exciting organization represented by Adriana Tan. The organization's name is WOBI, right? I wasn't sure if it was WOB or WOBI, but I checked earlier. WOBI. The project name is WOBI's Project Berdaya. Location is in Singapore and Indonesia. The theme also around technology, and WOBI's aim is to build Southeast Asia's largest distribution and sales network of agents, comprised largely of low-income women, to improve access to consumer and financial goods and services for all. So please join me in welcoming Adriana.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Every once in a while, we get the opportunity to do the sort of tech and business that can touch a life. And when you do, you take it, especially it's all of the above. Some of you here in this room are in the business of changing the world. Some of you will go on to invent robots that will change the way we interface with the future. Some of you here will maybe discover a cure for cancer. But here at WOBI, we're in the business of the little things. The little things like, how do we improve the financial lives of hundreds of millions of women across Southeast Asia? And we start with Indonesia. To explain how and why we do what we do, I first have to jump ahead and tell you about this person called Retno. Retno is 23 years old. She was born in a village outside of Yogyakarta. Like many other economic migrants, she's moved to a city, and in her case, it's Yogyakarta, where she works in a shop like this, making $3 a day. She doesn't have insurance, she doesn't have a bank account, but she has a phone. Retno also lives in a house like this, in a typical Indonesian neighborhood, and these are all pictures we've taken in the field. Where with hundreds of other people in this alley here, they live communally, they come together and share experiences, they share food and more, and they also don't have a bank account. In every alley like this, only one person would have one. The closest thing that they all come to a bank account is when they gather in a room like this and talk to each other, and when they participate in what is known as an arisan. In an arisan, a person like Retno would be able to be given the opportunity to make a little bit of extra income. Maybe she sells Tupperware, maybe she sells phone credit. So what we've done is that we've spent the last year working with people like Retno and many others like her to put together in a package, in a mobile application running on the Android platform, that is going to let anybody who wants to start a micro business start one. With just $5 a day, we've put all of the services that you get at a convenience store, like 7-Eleven, and we've put that into an Android phone. And with just $5 of working capital, you can start selling phone credit, electricity payments, water bill payments, and later on, we'll also add air tickets, bus tickets, train tickets, and anything that the community is going to need can be now accessed through these women who have become payment points for the community. For the community, they can benefit from cheaper and more convenient phone reloads because they're now transacting with somebody that they trust. And for the agent, they can make more money than they had before, and we can actually increase their income by up to $50 on just phone credit alone. It doesn't sound like a big number, but considering that somebody like Retno makes about $100 a month, this is a substantial jump in their income. We see this really as the first step of what we're trying to do, where we want to build financial systems delivered on mobile phones for the unbanked in Indonesia and beyond. So we've spent the last year building this mobile application, and with the $25,000, when we go to our commercial launch, we'll also be able to roll out a women-only, women-focused initiative working with NGOs, working with international aid development agencies to offer women like Retno the chance to start a business in a phone package that will have our application. We want to reach 10,000 women by the end of the year and to give them an extra income of $5 million for all of them across Indonesia. Thank you.
Thanks, Adriana. Questions?
Do you have a demo or anything that we can see with the application? I saw a slide, but how does somebody literally pay her bill using that application?
Okay, so I do have a demo, but it's not on this slide. So I'm going to have to show you after this. But on our app, we have built this system in which you have facilities like phone credit, electricity bills, water. So if I was an agent and you're my neighbor and you're coming to buy my place and you'd say, could you give me a top-up? I'd be like, sure. And I would find you in my phone book because I already have your number, and I would send you $1 worth of phone credit. And all of this happens electronically. So you don't get a card, you don't get something to scratch like you would in most other countries. Your phone would get reloaded automatically in the next couple of seconds, and you would give me cash. So if it was $1, I would take $1.20 from you, and I would make 20 cents.
So, one quick question.
Yeah.
So, what is the model? So you take 20% of the
No. So
20 cents on every dollar?
It's not a percentage. We're actually charging convenience store prices. So it's actually pegged to what a consumer would pay. So everybody in the community ends up paying the same amount as they would in a convenience store or elsewhere, or from the guy in the street. They pay the same amount, but our model is that we have put all of the functions of a 7-Eleven into our phone app. Right.
Take me through a bill payment.
Okay, so a bill payment happens like this. I am an agent. I've seen this application. I download it, and then I log into it. And in order to start transacting, I would have to put a prepaid amount into the phone as well, with us. So I would have to put a deposit, and in a deposit, that's my working capital, and I can sell up to that amount of goods and services.
So how would you pay her bill? The same person, if she comes to you and says, I want to pay my bill.
I would just put in the phone number, and it would get paid automatically because we've built it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think it's also important to point out that this works in a country like Indonesia because 99% of phones are prepaid, and that isn't really going to change anytime soon.
What is the acquisition strategy like? Particularly because it's not, infinitely exponential, right? So you get your first 1,000 partners, your first 5,000 partners. I think your target, you mentioned 10,000 women with evidence. So what's the acquisition strategy like, and how do you see that? What's the challenge to that over time?
Okay, so there are two ways in which we're acquiring users. The first way is that because our app is open and freely available, anybody sitting in somewhere in Indonesia, whether it's Papua or Aceh, is going to be able to download this app and do it themselves. But we are taking a second model, and this is what we're in Project Inspire for. We're under Berdaya, which means empowerment. We're going to go and work with NGOs and partners and telcos, and we're going to go into the distribution that they have and to offer a specific number of women in those communities the ability to be a WOBE agent. So we have partners in the form of people like Indosat, which is the second largest telco in Indonesia. They are partnering with us. They're very interested in improving the lives of women across Indonesia. So we'll be going with them into different communities to do agent acquisition. And for me, my background is in growth and user acquisition for tech startups. So pretty much every Western Silicon Valley startup that's in Asia, I helped to start them up. So I have some expertise in agent acquisition. And we've developed a playbook around that that's going to focus very much on the secondary cities of Indonesia, particularly in East Java, as well as Sumatra.
So, Adriana, if I may ask a question. So one of the goals of Project Inspire is obviously to use the grant money to bring about change, and we like to give it to initiatives for which it will make a big difference. Mm-hmm. And one of the sense we have is WOBE is already fairly well established. Is 25,000 really good money spent for us if we are looking for change?
I think that's just what the power of good design can do for you, to make you look bigger than you actually are. We, yeah, to use a Mac, it helps. We have spent the last year banging our heads against the wall, trying to find ways in which we can do this. In a country like Indonesia, where there are a lot of obstacles, everything counts. We have gotten to this point where we won a couple of small awards, not as big or as important as this one. And with that grant money and with some initial funding from the founders, we've managed to create a world-class mobile application with a very robust architecture that we've built ourselves on our own money. So with this grant, what we're going to do is that we're going to set aside this money specifically for Badaya, in which we are going to use that as seed money to kick off everything that we do with low-income women who we want to focus on.
So just to be clear, how much money has Wobi raised so far? I mean, do you have angel investors? Do you have...
Only 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
1.5.
You're working on...
But
well done.
we got some grants here
You
and
got
there.
very far with that.
Thank you, Adriana. Just, sorry, I'm probably from the more analog generation, so
problem.
talk me through. Retna sells a dollar credit to her friend.
Yep.
How does Retna pay for that dollar credit?
She pays us in a prepaid system.
In a prepaid, so
model
she
as
has
well.
to put that up. So that's
Exactly.
the $5 that she puts.
Exactly.
Right.
And once she's comfortable with that, she can put 50, she can put 100 if she has that money.
So how does she physically get that money to use?
That's
She's
a good
unbanked.
question. So to start with, because it's precisely because of some of the gaps in the banking system in Indonesia that we're doing this. At the beginning, our agents are still going to have to go to a bank, and it can be a branch. It can be like an actual bank branch, and they don't have to have a bank account with that bank. So this is actually how the majority of internet payments are being done currently in Indonesia. So it's not something completely different or difficult, right? You buy something, a t-shirt online, you go to a bank, you say, I want to send this much money to this person who's in another city. It's common practice. So to start with, we still have to do that of what is called a manual bank transfer. They can either do that, or they can ask a friend to transfer it for them. But in all of our activities with Badaya and with this grant, we will be sending what we call community developers and activators, who are people from these communities who we've hired in many different ways, and I can tell about that later too. And they will go into these communities to do events, and then at these events and in these communities that they've gathered, they will be able to do an automatic top-up right away. So they would take cash from that person and they would put it in.
Great.
So we're trying to solve that. And in the future, some types of agents, especially the ones who have been verified and who have done a certain number of transactions, will be able to take that from other new agents as well.
So just very quickly, the beauty of Wobi is how easy it is for someone to start. But wouldn't that also be a problem, because then the entire community can be an agent and they're not selling to anyone else because it's so easy to... Your communities become saturated if everyone becomes an agent.
First of all, I believe in market economics, but secondly, this is not a new thing, and that's also the beauty of what we're trying to do here. People have been selling phone credit forever. Your aunt, the guy who sells coffee downstairs, they've been doing forever, but they've been doing it in a way that is very inefficient. And that's all due to the fact that the Indonesian telco distribution is inefficient. So it started because you had to first distribute scratch cards a long time ago. And across 7,503 islands, it's a very difficult task. But now that it's all electronic, there are still 12 layers between a woman who is currently already selling phone credit in the community. Between her and the telco, there are 12 layers of people, each making a lot of money in the process. So what we want to do here is not to say, only some people can do this, because we think that some of our competitors, so to speak, have taken that approach. We don't think that it benefits anybody. We think that if we put it out there and we let the dynamics of the community sort itself out, and if we let the women sort themselves out, we think that the more payment points there are and the better the profit spread, the less protectionistic they're going to be. And that's also some of the bigger picture, ideals that we have about what we're trying to do here. So what we've done is that we can't take out the entire chain above them completely, but we can give them a better profit spread because we are a little bit higher up the food chain than them. So instead of them going to the guy in the shopping mall to get a scratch card that's going to actually be very, very expensive, there's a bit of a poverty tax on these types of payments, we can give them a better spread. And unlike other people who are doing what we do, we're not interested in becoming a phone credit distributor. I personally think that phone credit, it's great, but boring. I don't want to be the biggest phone credit distributor in Indonesia. I want to build a system that can connect all of them through phone credit, which is why we give them 2/3 of the spread on every transaction that they make. We give them 2/3. Yeah.
Last question, really short.
Yeah, this technology is gender neutral, if I may say. So what makes this attractive to women? Why would women want to be your agent?
Okay, so if you look at this community here, most of them here want to have a job, but they can't. They have to take care of the kids. They have to send them to school. Studies from Visa and GSMA say that in situations like this in Java, for example, women account for 11% of total family income, but they're responsible
Yeah, but what
for...
makes this attractive compared to other technology?
I'm going to come to that shortly. They account for 11% of family income, but they are responsible for almost 90% of family expenditure, especially in emergencies, school fees, so to speak. Women have always traditionally had a culture in Indonesia of selling phone credit as a way to get by. So now we're saying that you can do it better and you can make a little bit more money in the process. It is gender neutral, you're right, which is also why we're putting it openly on the Google Play Store so that anybody, including men, can download it and use it. But we are working with NGOs and international aid agencies to offer additional benefits to women. So they would get phones, they would get free SIM cards.
10 seconds.
And they would be able to get a better deal out of this than men who download it.
Thanks very much, Adriana. Well done. Congratulations.
Okay. I'm glad that there are different people who are good at different things, because I think in the technology space, I'm not so good. I could not build that. I could not build that app. I could not, so it's lucky we have people like Adriana. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to just go straight into introducing the next finalist of the morning, who will be our final finalist before you get that toilet break. And this time we're going to switch from technology to design. So our next presenter this morning is Lindsay Yeager. The organization she represents is Dare Women's Foundation. The project name is Tanzanian Women, a source of their own empowerment, location also in Tanzania. Sorry. Flipboard issues, you know how it is. All right. The project aim is to improve the quality of life of Tanzanian women through entrepreneurship and design of reusable sanitary pads. So over to you, Lindsay.
Hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Yeager from the Dare Women's Foundation of Tanzania. I'm the co-assistant manager, and I do this on a volunteer basis, so I do this project out of love and passion. So I have a question for all of you. If you were a rural Tanzanian woman, what could you use this piece of fabric for? So other than clothing, this piece of fabric is used as a form of menstrual protection. So some women use just a small piece and they end up leaking through to their clothing, but others use this entire piece of cloth in place of a pad. Girls miss approximately 40 days of school per year during menstruation. 57% of girls attend primary school, but only 17% attend secondary school. And part of this drop is due to the fact that girls get their periods. Maggie Duncanson Bay in the green shirt had a problem when she was in primary school. She got her period and she was really embarrassed. She thought she had leaked onto her skirt. Her teacher came over and asked her a question, and usually she would have to stand up to answer, and she said, please, can I stay seated? I have a good reason, and I can tell you later. And he thought she was being rude. He beat her with a stick. Priska has this 60-pound bundle of grasses on her head. She walks about an hour and a half with that on her head to feed her cows. But when she has her period, she uses this entire piece of cloth as a pad. And when she walks, her legs chafe, and she rubs soil on her legs to ease the friction. So how are we going to solve this problem? Reusable sanitary pads. These pads are made of microfiber, which is antimicrobial, very absorbent, and dries quickly. The bottom layer is polypropylene, which is a leak-proof liner. The wings wrap around your underwear and snap into place. And the pads also close up so that you can carry them. So that you can carry them around with you easily in your bag, whether they're soiled or clean. So I use these pads. I love them, and I've saved a ton of money since I've switched to using these pads. So we're going to help women start small businesses. We're going to help women start small businesses making and selling reusable sanitary pads to other rural women in northern Tanzania. So it'll also be coupled with a women's health education model as well as a startup training model. We're going to start in 2 villages, Lushoto and Machame. They're both in the northern rural region of Tanzania. Each village has 1 team, and each team will have 3 women making pads on an assembly line, 2 startup experts who will be trained by a representative from the Horn Program in Entrepreneurship. And they will be able to keep track of business logistics as well as sell pads in markets. And the 2 feminine hygiene ambassadors will be trained by 2 women's health experts and be able to teach in schools about women's health as well as sell pads in schools. So our pads actually cost 10 times cheaper than disposable pads, and they last for 1 to 2 years. So women will be saving a lot of money. In 1 month, with 2 teams, we will be able to make enough pads for 500 women. In 1 year, with project expansion halfway through the year, we'll be able to make enough pads for 9,000 women. In 2 years, we'll be able to make enough pads for 24,000 women. We plan to use, if we get this prize, 60% towards pads production, 30% towards research and marketing, and 10% towards training models. Our project will be sustainable because women will be able to make and sell these pads independently. We've already distributed 400 pads for free to raise awareness about the project, and our next step is to create this as a sustainable venture. We will be able to improve school attendance, provide women with a way to make an income, as well as decrease health problems associated with current methods of feminine hygiene care. Asante, that means thank you in Swahili.
Lindsay, very inspiring. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you very much, Lindsay, for your very inspiring presentation. 2 quick questions. These pads have to be washed.
Yeah.
So can you tell me a little bit about water quality and accessibility of clean water
Right.
in these communities where you plan to work? And the second is, these synthetic materials, are they locally available?
Okay, so the 2 communities that we're working in do have access to running water that's clean directly outside their homes. So that's why this project will work so well in those particular communities. And the pads will have to be washed and dried in the sun. That's a key point, is that they need to be dried in the sun in order to make sure that the bacteria is killed. And that's something that will be covered during our feminine hygiene training. And those materials, the wings materials, are local, but the other fabric, the polypropylene and the microfiber, are not local. We wish they were local, but we want to make sure that we have the best materials for our women to use. And because the microfiber has antimicrobial properties, that's very important. And we need to have a leak-proof liner. So we will have to ship in our materials, but we believe that this is still the great materials for the project because of their properties. Yeah.
Just to understand the business model a bit better. So if we just go back a slide, I think 2 slides. So using about 25,000 to produce, you said roughly about 60% to produce pads. So that's roughly like what 15,000
Yeah.
to produce pads.
Yeah, 14,000.
And how much? What's the economics of a pad? So because a lot of them will be imported materials.
Materials.
So if you
imported,
think
yeah.
of scaling that over time, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, would the imported materials be a problem for the business?
We don't believe that it will be a problem for the business. The pads originally will start off, the materials for the pads will start off around $2 a piece. But then for materials for all the pads, the fabric, the snaps, the thread, and everything. Then we plan, once we expand, we think that we can ship in a much larger quantity of fabric. And as we order a larger quantity, the price of the fabric will decrease. So we're estimating that we'll be able to get the cost of materials for a set of 6 pads down to about $1 with project expansion. Yeah.
Great presentation, and you're filling a real need, obviously.
Yes.
Why do you think a more commercial company hasn't figured this out yet?
That's a good question. So, do you mean why do you think that?
Why isn't Tampax doing this, or
doing
Unilever,
reusable
or
pads?
somebody, like, why haven't they figured this out yet?
So I honestly think that it is because people would not be willing to wash them, because those companies are selling to women who are, I guess, more privileged because they have access to those products. And since they're going to be working all the time, they probably won't want to take the time to wash a pad. I take the time to wash a pad, but I'm a little bit different. I do think that it could be sold to a niche market, but I don't think that it would be successful outside of, developing nations on a large scale.
Can I stay with that theme for a second? And actually, we had a participant a year ago here in Project Inspire as well, and there's a few others. There's a lot of solutions out there specific to emerging markets, some of them being more upfront fixed cost in the form of machines that you can use to generate livelihoods at the same time as they are developing sanitary pads that are more appropriate and more cost effective. Have you, in coming up with this as your solution, actually scanned the other available alternatives and concluded that this really is better than, one of those guys, if I'm not wrong, was one of the top 100 Time magazine people from India, and then there's another one, a competing one who was in Project Inspire 2 years. So I'm just wondering, why is this a better solution than the other emerging markets?
Okay, I love that question. So we want to make sure that we're making reusable pads so that women will be able to use them for 1 to 2 years without having to worry about finding a store or finding a supplier. This is something that's really important to us. They're environmentally friendly, which is also great. And the thing is that there's other forms of menstrual care. What could be a menstrual cup. But you need a mass amount of donations at first in order to buy those menstrual cups, and then you just give them out, and that's it. So it's not involving the women in the process of making them. It's not providing jobs for any of them. And there's another underwear that's actually stuffable. It has like a stuffable pocket, and that one I believe is unsanitary because they're able to stuff it with whatever materials they want, and there's a mesh liner, only mesh. So how can mesh, oh my God, how can mesh prevent bacteria from coming through? So I definitely believe that the reusable pads are the best option for our audience and what we're going for.
I have a very simple question.
Yeah.
What happens when the sewing machine breaks down?
Okay, so our sewing machines are bought locally, and they're actually manual sewing machines. So since they're bought locally, we'll be able to fix them locally.
Lindsay, thanks. Very powerful presentation. You have an expedition cost for 2 project members for $7,000. That's a one-time visit. Tell us more about that visit, and if there's subsequent visits necessary, how would you fund it, and what's the requirement?
So actually, we cut that cost out. We had sent a new budget. I'm not sure if you have it, but that cost is gone now. So our project members, if they need to travel, are actually looking for their own methods of funding. So instead, we've reallocated the money to more materials for pads, as well as more money for sewing machines and our research costs.
Can you talk a little bit more about your team? Like, I know you have your MFA.
BFA, yeah.
Okay, BFA, sorry.
It's okay.
What about the team? So how do you complement the business side, the design side? Like, what's your strategy?
So I am trained as an artist, so I would call myself the creative thinker on the team and the innovator. I'm the project leader, but we also have a business person on the team, so we complement each other really well. She's sitting in this audience, and she's able to think more on the number side. So that's why when we brought her onto the team, some of our numbers changed, and we feel much more confident in them now because we feel like we can test our business on a small scale first before expanding into mass production. And we have Maggie, who's the founder of the Dare Women's Foundation. She's in Tanzania, and she's amazing because she knows all the women in all the communities, and she knows exactly who already knows how to sew, exactly who would be great at selling pads. So she's great in country. And then our 2 women's health experts will have that health knowledge to be able to train women.
I have a design question. You know, this is probably your first prototype.
We've made a few others first in order to think about.
My question is more on the design aspect.
Yeah.
What do you foresee are the design improvements that you can make to address some of the issues like hygiene and so forth? Can you elaborate? And
Sure.
would the cost goes up exponentially with the design improvement?
I do think that we actually have a great pad as it is right now. So because it is hygienic because of the materials that we're using, because they have antimicrobial properties and they're leak-proof, I do think that the only thing that might benefit the pads is by making a thicker wing, which I think would only increase the price by a few cents. So making a thicker wing would make sure that the pad doesn't slip around in your underwear at all. I wear them all the time, so I know how they feel, and they rarely slip, but when they do, I can notice it and I have to fix it. So I think that a thicker wing would be beneficial for that. For thicker pads, some women might have a heavier flow than others, so maybe we'll make some pads thicker than others, which would mean we would have to put 1 or 2 additional layers of fabric inside of that, and that would increase the cost by maybe 5 cents, something like that, yeah.
Time for one last short question.
This is one project that Dare is doing.
Right.
What's your current community, the Dare community, like? You have 24, if you proceed to plan, you have 24,000 pads to distribute. So, you know, how big is this village? How big is this community? What is Dare's current outreach? What is the need?
So we work in northern rural areas of Tanzania, and in that area, there's actually 2.5 million women who are in the age that they could be getting their periods, so that they would need pads. So there is a very large market, and we are thinking about distribution and how we would be able to do that. In order to expand outward, we're thinking of, if we can't possibly sell that many, we were thinking about e-commerce options, and we were also thinking about raising money to purchase a transportation vehicle within the next year or 2 so that we would more easily and way less expensively be able to get to multiple other villages.
Lindsay, very well done. Congratulations. Thanks for the inspiring.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. I think, Lindsay, you're the perfect person to sell this product. I don't think that many people would have the courage or the passion or the ability to talk about a topic like this quite so freely and confidently. So good job, really. Round of applause, please, for Lindsay. And I liked the pad. I thought it looked very complete as a prototype. You didn't think so? I mean, it's a pad. They're relatively simple, straightforward looking things, no? I liked it. I thought it was, and the colors, you know, Just even if Time Magazine did have a guy who designed it, I'm sure it didn't look as cool as this one. Did you see? It has like neon colors and the wings like different types of material. I think, you know, there's room for many pad developers. I think, you know, you can have all kinds. So yeah, good job. On that note, it actually is time for a bathroom break, so I'm going to let you guys go. But can I please have you back in 10 minutes? It's 12:05 now, so 12:15. We've got 5 more speakers who'll be presenting after the break. So please be sure you're quick and come back so that we can start on time. Thank you. There is also a little fair next door. For those of you who might not need to go to the bathroom, if you want to check out some of these products, that's next door, and there's coffee and tea that you can find in that room as well. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and start in a couple of minutes. So just quickly, Pigeonhole should be back up and running. I think a couple of people had issues with Pigeonhole. Give it a shot. It should be working now. The code is PI 2015. So you go to pigeonhole.at, and the code is PI 2015. All right. We have another 5 presenters this morning, actually this afternoon now. So it is going to take us through till about 2 o'clock. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up that lunch is going to be pushed back a little bit, and we're sorry about that. We did start a bit late this morning. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to try and keep as much as we can to the time. And on that note, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next presenter for today. Those of you who are still standing, I ask that you grab your seats and we'll go ahead and get started. Our next presenter today is Aaliyah Whitney Johnson, and she is representing the organization Emerge Lanka Foundation. The project name is Beads to Business. The project location is in Sri Lanka. The theme is around design, and the project aim is to support Sri Lankan girls aged 10 to 18 who have been removed from their homes due to past abuse or the threat of abuse and are courageously testifying in court against their perpetrators. So please join me in welcoming Aaliyah.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? It's a little bit low. It is such a privilege to be here with you all today. My journey began when I was 19 years old and studying engineering, actually, at MIT. I went to Sri Lanka on a tsunami relief trip, and while I was there, I met this young woman, an 11-year-old girl, who had been raped by her father and had a child. This girl was courageous enough to take her own father to court. And as a consequence, she was put into a safe home for the next 6 years while she testified. I remember that sinking feeling in my stomach when I met her. And I remember looking at her and thinking there was no engineering formula that was going to fix this girl's life. So here I am, 10 years later, and I'm still fighting for this girl and the 552 other girls who we've worked with, and for the thousands more who are still in court cases across Sri Lanka. Emerge began because of her, because in Sri Lanka, 30% of people believe that if a girl is raped, she's to blame. Because up to 34% of women in Sri Lanka say that they were sexually abused as a child. And because I believe that this girl and others who've had the courage to come forward can change this. Emerge empowers these girls to heal and to become self-sufficient, and it gives them the tools that they need to go back to their communities and affect change. So how do we do it? We go into existing shelters, and we operate basically as a mobile classroom. We have 4 programs: our Beads to Business program, which I'm talking about today, life skills, mentorship, and reintegration. When we go in our business program, we work with girls to teach them to set up and operate their own businesses. We use jewelry design as both a therapeutic and practical teaching tool. So imagine art therapy meets hands-on business education. And we have a workbook, a self-paced workbook that can accommodate a variety of learning needs. We have girls who can't count, and we have girls who should be sitting for O levels. So the girls use beads like the ones I'm wearing to learn everything from counting and basic math all the way up to how do you plan a business unrelated to jewelry? What is your dream? And then we sell the jewelry, and the profit from the jewelry actually goes back to the individual girl who made it. We have some for sale over there, shameless plug. And the cost of goods sold goes back into the program so we can sustain it for more survivors. We call this process of working with girls and partnering with them to actually generate their own capital in a safe way where they don't need to take on a loan, collaborative capital creation. And we found that with this particular target population, this is a really effective and important approach to keep them safe. So to date, we've worked with more than 550 girls, and girls have made as much as $4,000 through our program. They've used this to finance education, to start businesses, to pay for their first work clothes, even to build homes. When girls come to us, only 17% feel that they can change their communities. And when they leave Emerge, 77% believe that this is possible. It hasn't always been easy. At the beginning, it was just me and 18 girls, and due to stigma, I couldn't get anyone to mentor or translate or write a press article. And today, I'm really proud to say that every one of our paid staff is Sri Lankan, that we have engaged a lot of press and Sri Lankan celebrities. Miss Sri Lanka is up here in furthering our cause. And even recently, we've had the government come to us and ask us for advice on policy and budget items around child sexual abuse. We are the only organization in Sri Lanka that is focused on this issue exclusively. And as such, our programs and our connection to these girls is a way in which we can actually start a much bigger dialogue. So why am I here today? I'm here because there still is a lot of work to be done. There are 134 homes in Sri Lanka, and we work in 3. The Sri Lankan government has asked us to scale up to every home. They don't have the resources. But our dream is to work with every girl who's courageous enough to come forward and ultimately to make our curriculum open source so other people can benefit from it. Your support today would help us scale for the very first time and learn a lot in that process so we can bring it to many more girls. It would help us scale to 2 new homes, which would enable us to reach 60 new girls per year. And to give you a perspective, in the first year, we expect that this would generate $20,000 worth of savings, $20,000 that'll go back into the program, and will generate awareness by reaching roughly 1,000 customers in Sri Lanka. So what happened to that girl at the beginning? She went on to start her own sweet shop, which was her dream, and she got married, and I get to see her this Sunday. Emerge is still about her. It's about every single girl we work with. And thank you.
Alia, thank you. Extremely inspiring questions.
Yeah.
Let me help you out. Just kind of you can finish up that last minute. You're going to wrap up. So just for the judge's understanding, the Emerge Lanka Foundation is the parent foundation overseeing Beats to Business.
Beats to Business is a program. It's our business program.
Of which the foundation, Emerge Lanka Foundation, is a separate foundation, or it's kind of the whole.
No, so the Emerge Lanka Foundation is the foundation, and we run 4 programs. Beats to Business is our business program. We also run a life skills program for the girls, mentorship and reintegration. So Beats to Business is one program that we run within the foundation.
Okay, and this $25,000 will be exclusively supporting Beats to Business?
Yes, it would bring Beats to Business to 2 new shelters.
Okay.
And so that is going to teach us a lot about the hiring process and the training process. You know, we have the logistics down, but when you're talking about these girls, they're not machines. Like the relationship that you have with them is very, very important. So how do we train our staff to have the same results that they did in the first 2-3 homes? So it would pay for us to actually expand that program to 2 new centers that we've identified.
And what are the other donor or grant sources for Emerge Lanka Foundation?
So we have a number. We've actually been raising a little bit more locally than we used to. So we have another entity in the U.S. called Emerge Global that raises money in the U.S. to support our work. In Sri Lanka, we're actually about to start a reintegration center for some of our alumni, and that's being funded entirely by the Roundtable. I don't know if you all know them. It's kind of like Rotary Club, but it's for men. So we're actually getting businessmen involved in funding. We've had companies fund a lot of small grants like Starbucks and our National Youth Foundation. And for this particular project, Emerge Global has committed to overseeing the admin costs. And we have a bead company that's committed to donating at least $5,000 worth of supplies, potentially $10,000 if we get the money to expand.
So real quick question, how much did you raise as overall foundation in the whole year? What was your budget last year, let's say, rough?
In 2015, it was about $100,000.
With the expansion to 2 new homes,
yeah.
You said the ultimate impact would be how many? On
So-
1,000 customers? What did you say?
So we'll be reaching roughly 60 girls per year in the home. And the way that this program is set up, it'll be self-sustaining, so we're going to be seeing that every year. And within that, if they make an average of 6 products a month, it's all educational purposes, they'll make about 2,000 products per year. And on average, we see customers tend to buy 2 products. So we're saying in Sri Lanka, we'll roughly reach 1,000 customers purchasing their products.
How do you help them access the market?
So we do all the sales for them. The girls are actually stuck in these shelters, unfortunately. They're in these locked, barred homes. So we sell in boutiques. We have a partnership with 2 different travel companies that give products to tourists who are coming in. We sell online. And then we take back all that information to the girls so they can actually see their work being sold.
And do the girls get the money back?
Yeah. So the girls make all the profit from the sale, and then the cost of goods sold, the cost of actually making the product in the program itself, goes back into the program. So the way that this bracelet is priced, this is a $15 bracelet. $7.50 goes to the girl, and then $7.50 goes back into the program. Like it just passes around.
So do you have a training program around financial, like do they have to look at accounts? Like how do they store their funds and things like that?
So every single girl gets a bank account. That is like one of our absolutely most important indicators. It's important that they've all generated a financial foundation, but that they also understand how to leverage that money. So we have, and I'm hoping I don't like buzz anybody, we have a booklet. This is our Beads to Business booklet. It's in Sinhala that actually has 4 different stages around financial literacy and also around setting up your own business. And so what happens is we have girls, as I said, some of them can't do math, and some of them should be sitting for O levels. So they need to go at their own pace. You can't teach them all at the same time. So in the first stage, they learn basic math, they learn budgeting. We run a bank and a store in the home where they go through a simulation and they say, I have 2,000 rupees, how many necklaces am I gonna make? The second stage, they run the store. The third stage, they design a jewelry business. And then the fourth stage, we say, hey, what do you wanna do? Do you wanna do a bakery? Like, you don't have to do jewelry. How do you apply these skills to something else? And each girl has their own roadmap because some girls it's going to be very hard for them to get all the way through the program. And they'll spend a lot more time in the first step where we're learning how to count, we're learning how to go to the bank, we know how to read a bank book, we understand our savings, we understand how to budget. So we have a comprehensive curriculum, and we just try and get each girl as far as we can based on her previous education.
Thank you. Lovely presentation. My question is, I'm sure the girls also need counseling.
Yeah.
Is that done outside the Beads to Business in other verticals, or how do you handle that?
Yeah, so all the homes that we work in so far provide counselors. There's not a lot of training for counselors in Sri Lanka. It's an emerging field. It would be kind of a nice way to say that. So that has been handled by the shelters we work in. However, we're very excited because we've been working on our relationship with the government for a long time, and they've just approved for us to hire counselors for the home that we expand into. And if that goes well, we'll be able to use the counselor we hire and train to train all the government's counselors because they're not being very effective. But that's taken a while to build that relationship because the counselors handle all the sensitive court details, and the government ultimately is in charge of the girls.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I was very interested in your proposal about how you looked at design as a critical program component of healing, in a way, their ability to express themselves and the ability to control it.
Yeah.
To control themselves and have some way of envisioning and expressing themselves. How then do you sell this wide range of different designs? I mean, what is the Beads to Business design aesthetic? How do you distribute a coherent product to your, and it sounds like you're only distributing within Sri Lanka at the moment?
We do distribute abroad. We actually used to export everything. But we've shifted back because after the war, there's actually a growing market and it raises awareness. I have customers in the US who want jewelry and we can't keep up with demand in Sri Lanka, so we actually need more supply right now. But your question is a great one, and that is the exact tension that we grapple with every day. So here's how we handle it. The girls come in, we provide them with designs. I wish I had a necklace up here. But say we have a 42-inch necklace. It'll have a certain pattern. The girls are allowed to go to our virtual store. Well, it's not virtual, it's a fake store, simulated store. And they actually pick out the beads that they want, but there's a pattern they're following. So they need a certain number of big beads, which cost a certain amount, a certain number of medium beads, a certain number of small beads. But a customer knows this is a 42-inch necklace. It's going to be finished in a certain way. It has a certain pattern. So what we have is a series of lines, product lines, that have a similar pattern, but actually each piece is still unique and is marketed as being unique. And the girls then, when they get to stage 3, start designing their own pieces. And if we like it, we'll actually purchase a piece from the girls, which will then get integrated into the program. So the challenge is, to your point, what we end up with is some degree of consistency. right? We have certain product specifications and control, quality control in place, but we also have a whole variety of colors. So we try and encourage the girl to use certain colors by like placing colors that are going to sell well in the shop, right? If we don't want them to mix red and green all the time, we might not put them both in the shop at the same time. We've ended up with some candy cane necklaces that were very hard to sell. But then we work with stores that are really interested in selling unique pieces. So we mostly are selling through boutiques, and people love that they really are one of a kind. I think that there is a cap on how far we could scale, right? I mean, we can't, if you're doing one of a kind pieces, it's unrealistic to say we're gonna reach 100,000 girls and be able to sell, you know, $2 billion worth of jewelry. It's not gonna distribute that way. But we certainly could reach every shelter in Sri Lanka. I mean, there's a demand for the products for sure. And you all are all welcome to check them out. They're beautiful. I mean, I'm biased, but I want to buy all of them. They're on the back table in the room next door.
So if I may ask a question, you mentioned that the range is 10 to 18 years?
Yeah.
And I would imagine the 18-year-olds probably understand, on average, the market demand, and they're selling the accounts a little better than the 10-year-olds and so on.
Sometimes.
Do you segment, or, I mean, it's literally you're saying the 10-year-olds you'll approach the same way that you would with a, you know, you have a bank account, and by the way, until you grow up, you won't have a bank account and all of that.
Yeah. So all the girls are in one classroom, and what we do, we actually see, it's not necessarily based on age, it's based on prior education. So sometimes you have a 10-year-old girl who's really sharp, and you have an 18-year-old girl who still can't read. And what we do is girls who are a little bit farther along become a mentor to girls who are not quite as far along. So as soon as you enter the program, you get buddied up based on your education level with someone else. And they help you introduce you to the curriculum, because our teacher can't teach a different curriculum to 20 different girls at the same time. It's not possible. And this is a challenge that shelters face all over the world. I mean, how do you teach kids with different needs? And so what we've done is we really leverage peer-to-peer learning. And at times, if we need to do breakout groups, we will divide them up based on their level and kind of do a deep dive. But a lot of it is self-directed and peer-to-peer. And then our teacher is kind of a facilitator to make sure everybody still is on track.
Alia, sorry, time's really, one burning one, if you keep it short.
Okay, very short. I was reading your bio, which is very impressive. So is this a full-time job for you, or how do you do the World Bank and Lean In and the other things and this? Like what? So do you have another job, or what's the?
I just quit my job.
Okay.
Yeah, I was at McKinsey for 2.5 years, and I just left because I every single day woke up missing the girls and was like, I found my passion when I was 19, and people look for that their whole lives, and I'm crazy to not be chasing that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think one thing I really liked, Leah, about your presentation was that I think that a lot of times when you're presenting to the judges, you try and seem like you've got it all figured out because you want that $25,000. But there was just an openness there, I think, about the challenges that you guys do face, how the funding could actually help you grow, you could learn. And I think that's one thing that's very special about Project Inspire, or the funding here. It doesn't just go to fund things that work, but it really does help fund journeys, you know, and that learning process, which I think is actually more important than that actual eventual outcome. I'd like to introduce now our next presenter this morning, Adam Miller. He's representing Yayasan Planet Indonesia, and the project name is Integrating Economic Empowerment into Cultural Preservation. The project location is in Indonesia, and the theme for his presentation is around design. The project aim is to preserve the rich material, culture, handicrafts, and artwork of the indigenous women of West Borneo. So please join me in welcoming Adam.
All right. Well, thank you. So my name is Adam Miller, and I am a co-founder of Planet Indonesia. And 3 years ago, I fell in love with an idea that economic development could exist in tandem with cultural preservation. And through that, we could reach results of unfathomable size. So when you look at these textiles, I want to ask you, what do you guys see? Colors, threads, motifs, designs. When the indigenous people of Borneo, Indonesia look at these textiles, they see deities, nature, God, the living and dead. When the indigenous people of Borneo look at these textiles, they see direct representations of their past, present, and future. So now, I want you guys to imagine you're a 12-year-old girl living in Borneo, living in poverty, wanting to learn about your ancestors, wanting to learn about your culture, but living in a country where the very national government has made it illegal for you to practice your traditional religion. There is no argument in the world today that indigenous communities are some of the most marginalized groups on the planet. And this problem is only worse for indigenous women. At Planet Indonesia, we believe empowering women must go beyond solely economic development. We believe that we must integrate economics into cultural preservation in order to elevate local rights, traditions, and values. So, our goal was simple: revitalize traditional textiles as a form of economic empowerment, and do it by creating sustainable business. What started with just 25 women has grown to over 1,500 producers throughout 44 different villages. With sales made from their profits, we have created savings and loans programs. Women can take out loans not only to further develop their business, to pay for their daughters' education bills, or even pay for their husband's healthcare bills. Although the direct impact of our program is at 1,500 individuals, through the financial services provided, we estimate that we have nearly over 8,000 beneficiaries. However, currently, poverty levels are spiking again. Because of environmental loss and deforestation, women no longer have access to the natural dyes they need to use in their products. When a woman uses a natural dye in her product, she increases the price by 5 times. That's not just an income level that's 5 times the size. That's a savings and loans program that is 5 times larger. And that means that for 8,000 beneficiaries, that's an impact level that has 5 times the potential. So, with the $25,000 from Project Inspire, we will impact 3 major sectors: people, profit, and planet. First, with land that has been donated to our organization, we will create natural dye gardens to improve raw good access, increasing the income and financial services provided for 8,000 beneficiaries. Second, we are creating natural dye manuals and guidebooks to distribute across the island to reach an additional 2,000 women to help them increase the quality and price of their product. Finally, we are launching a marketing program to help these women make an international website to begin selling their products on a global scale. The $25,000 from Project Inspire will act as an economic injection into this program, reversing the negative cycle of spiking poverty levels and cultural loss through the simple application of natural dyes and technology. At Planet Indonesia, there's something that we value above all else, and that is the weavers. Other organizations force weavers to create products of particular sizes, dimensions, and colors. We believe this turns artisans into factory workers and turns material culture into nothing more than cash transactions. At Planet Indonesia, we use economic development as a mechanism and tool to preserve local culture. Currently, we believe that this is the ultimate result of our program. Sorry. To us, this is of higher value than pure economic development. The women we are reaching are weaving the stories of their past, of their present, of their future into textiles, and they are preserving their culture for future generations. This is what we aspire to achieve, and this is what we aspire to promote. A world that does not eradicate the rights and cultures of indigenous people, but a world that inspires us to not only move forward for a better future, but to preserve a vibrant and brilliant past. So, do you remember that 12-year-old girl? Well, now she's an old woman. She is on a pathway out of poverty. She is weaving her stories into her cloth. She is teaching her children about her culture. And she is teaching the next generation about not how only to engage in sustainable business, but about the very essence of what it means to be an indigenous woman in a modern world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you very much, Adam. I'm very sympathetic to the point that you made, that if, many buyers would say, do it this color, this size, this pattern, and that can be sort of perhaps transforming an artisan or craftsperson into basically a highly skilled but low-wage laborer. But how do you marry that against quality control? If you do have a good customer who says, look, I do want things within this range of colors, I need it to be this size because it's going to be for my bedspreads, and I want to sell it consistently to my customers for king-size bedspreads, etc. Where will you be willing to compromise in that very, very fervent and I think important position that you're taking, that weaving is not just a productive economic activity, but actually a cultural activity?
Yeah. So that's a very important aspect for us. And the most important thing, we believe, is complete transparency with the weavers. So currently, for example, there's a woman in Australia who is hoping to create pillows out of these textiles. So we have gone to the weavers and explained the model that she's wanting to use, that she's wanting to buy textiles and create pillows with them. And so we have asked them about different motifs that they are willing to sell and that they are willing to design for this woman. And basically, every motif has a specific reason and specific meaning behind it. So motifs that they maybe place less of a value on. For instance, this one explains the relationship between the indigenous people and bamboo and rice. That for them may not be something as important as a textile that tells their daughter about how she needs to have a relationship with the gods. So by bringing that level of transparency with the beneficiaries from the program, we're kind of balancing that. The additional aspect is the Weaving Cooperative has a very specific formula, so that when a woman brings a product to the cooperative, it's ranked on a number of values, from motif, from natural colors versus chemical dyes, versus how the threads were designed, all sorts of things. And that is basically how we give each woman the price that we will buy the product from her. Does that answer the question?
So you do allow a certain level of consistency or customer
yeah, there has to
requirement in
be.
there.
Yeah, there has to be.
And the women are paid after they've created the item?
They're paid upon buying, when they sell it to us.
And the price is set after the product is created?
Yes. Yeah. So that is the most important thing to us, is we don't go to the woman and say, hey, we need 500 of these that are blue. They create the products and then bring them to us, and then we give them the price that we will buy it from them. Any other questions?
Adam, can you say a little bit about the natural dyes part? And what's the trade-off in using natural dyes versus synthetic dyes? Because you could keep all the part of the craft, I guess, and change the only dye part, or is dye such a critical thing?
Yeah.
Because you mentioned that's 5 times the cost. You have the whole garden going just for the natural dyes and all of that.
Yeah, so there's a number of aspects to it. First, the economic aspect is, again, the 5 times the price, which then creates the savings and loans program that's 5 times the size. So ideally, if they're selling a product that's more expensive, that means that their access to pay for healthcare education is also much larger.
So people are willing to pay more for natural dyes.
Yeah, and that's
so you're saying that 5 times is the customer's willingness to pay.
And that's the next part I was going to say, is if you guys look at the products next door, when they use chemical dyes, they're very, very brightly colored. They're bright red, they're bright green, they're bright yellow. And for someone who wants to hang it on their wall, it's kind of very bold. So we find that the natural dyes always sell out first. I guarantee that when in selling here, the natural dyes will be the first ones to sell. So that's another thing that's very unique about it, is it has a higher price, but it also has a much higher demand. So it really generates this program and keeps it running.
And just staying with that for a moment, do you in the longer run foresee this as completely self-sustaining and competitive business, or is it going to always be partly self-sustaining, partly grant-reliant?
Completely self-sustaining. So for example, in the last 2 years, this cooperative has not required $1 from international funding. What's happened is, because they're experiencing this crisis right now, the whole system is on the verge of collapsing. So I think that's one strength about our project, is that's why I call it an injection, because this $25,000 into the program fixes this problem, and then it can continue as normal again. So after this, I don't imagine that we will have to invest any money in this weaving cooperative. The idea is actually to replicate this cooperative, which exists in one district in the capital of West Borneo, or West Indonesia, West Kalimantan, in order to replicate this model throughout every district of West Kalimantan. Yeah.
Very good presentation, Adam.
Thank
My
you.
question is, you kind of focus on the non-profit as being your imperative in the project. But when you have this crisis, putting money away, making some profit so that you can sustain yourself over these crises, give me the perspective of non-profit, and to Ming's question, being commercially viable but with a sustainable kind of model.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand. Do you mean my nonprofit putting money away, or the women putting money away?
I guess your current model says you're a nonprofit.
Yes, yes.
what would it take for you to make it a business enterprise
Oh,
and still
okay.
retain your principles?
Yeah, so that's something we're struggling with a little bit right now. So we use this model throughout all of our programs, not just with weavers, but with farmers and others. Right now, we are holding true to the idea that our impact plan and business plan are a bit different, and that we don't want to act like a microfinance institution. So for instance, if we were starting these different businesses, a microfinance would invest money, but then require these weavers to return it over time. We believe that loans put burdens on communities. And if we look at some microfinance data right now, they're thinking that maybe 75% of beneficiaries, there's actually no help for them. So right now, we are very committed to the idea that we can make this run with donations, and that we can make this run without requiring women to return money back to us, our farmers. But it is something we're constantly struggling with. In the future, if we do think we need to position more or transition more into a hybrid model, that's something we're exploring, is that when we're running and starting these cooperatives of all sorts of different enterprises, that we would not make kind of no-ties investments, that over a 15-year period, maybe these groups need to start returning money that we have invested to help them start these businesses. Yeah.
I love the idea of these community gardens and giving these women ready access to the plants that create the dyes. Do you see some degree of specialization amongst these communities, whether it's women or men?
Mm-hmm.
Some are better at growing stuff, some are better at your workshops, these mini chemistry labs,
Yeah.
and some are better weavers. And how does that gel with the traditional sort of model where perhaps someone did pretty much everything?
Yeah, so it varies very much from community to community. So for weaving communities outside of this district, they weave very differently than these women. They use the same technique, but the motifs vary very differently. Now, because this program has gone so viral, in the beginning we did a lot of work with quality control, but now we're finding that elders are really teaching the younger generation, and they've actually placed a lot of very intense constraints where women will start weaving when they're 12 years old, and they need to present their most prized or kind of valued products by the time they're 17 or 18, and the elders will decide if she's allowed to keep weaving for the rest of her life. So as far as the natural dyes thing, one aspect is, yes, deforestation, but the part of the natural dye manuals and guidebooks is actually an issue where we've noticed a lot of communities have one recipe to create one color, when actually, if you look at the island, for instance, yellow, there's about 8 different ways to make it. So by going to this community who can no longer create their products because we can't create yellow anymore, but giving them a guidebook that says, hey, actually there's 8 ways to make yellow, that really changes the whole scene. So I think every community is using natural dyes and weaving in a different way, and kind of creating fluency between these communities, particularly through those manuals, actually has a huge potential to go to scale. Does that answer the question?
Others?
I noticed that you have a dream in all of this.
Yeah.
It's the West Kalimantan Craft House.
Yes.
How big a dream is that?
It's a big dream. So we started this cooperative, and again, it operates in what we call the Sintang district. And so we want to replicate this in the capital. And right now we're just working with Dayak, that's the name of the indigenous group, and weavers. We're hoping to expand to Chinese, who also in local Chinese groups in the area make a number of fabrics. Malayu, which make baskets, they make mats. And so we're kind of hoping to take this idea and scale it up. It's not just about the indigenous people in Borneo, it's about all the ethnic groups in Borneo. Because we believe that all of these artworks are not only pathways to increase income, but they're always also pathways for these people to really possess and feel strongly in who they are. And so one of the greatest parts about this cooperative is, and why we sell the cultural preservation aspect so much, is because we've seen it become a platform for activism. That these indigenous people have, it's not just about, oh, I'm making more money now. It's, we feel stronger in who we are. And they're addressing things like oil palm and land tenure rights. And so there's all these kind of other pathways that this program has created benefits for. And so it's a big dream, but I think we can do it. To begin with, start reaching the whole province of West Kalimantan, and eventually, hopefully, the whole island of Borneo.
So good luck for that.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can keep it short.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
2 quick questions.
Mhm.
Is part of this 25,000 going to pay for the land that you're going to build a garden?
Yeah, so that's actually changed. We just had a man donate 7 hectares of land, so we don't need to buy land anymore. And we are actually maybe about to get another 8 hectares. So that's why from the original budget submitted, we're actually pushing a little bit more into using funding for the natural dyes manuals and gardens because we don't need to buy land anymore.
Okay, the second question is related to the earlier question. You mentioned that there's a point system to determine the price of the product that they sell to. Is that point system transparent upfront to the weaver?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And it's also transparent to the buyer. So if you guys want to come sometime to Sintang and we can go to the cooperative, you can see exactly how this project was evaluated, or this product was evaluated and how it scored in, I think, 7 different categories. And then those 7 categories lead to one price.
Adam, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Oh.
So that was our 7th presenter this morning, our 7th finalist. We still have 3 more. Hang in there, guys. There's a lot of information to take in, I know, but it's exciting. And these are projects that these guys have been working on for years, and you can see that passion behind what they do. So we appreciate you guys, your attentiveness and your eagerness to learn, and we really appreciate you guys being here. So on that note, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce the next speaker, Eden Full. She represents Sun Saluter. Project name is the same, Sun Saluter. The project location is in the USA and also India. The theme is around technology. And remember again, for 2015 Project Inspire, there is a focus on technology and design, which is why you see a lot of that same theme running through our presentations today. Now, Sun Saluter's goal is to make clean energy affordable and accessible to all. They help local entrepreneurs build sustainable businesses around its innovative solar panel rotator. So I think we're going to have to learn a little bit more about this. Eden, if you could come up on stage, please, and tell us more about your project. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eden Full, and I'm the inventor of Sun Saluter. Sun Saluter is a low-cost solar panel rotator that helps to optimize energy collection for solar panels, specifically designed for use in developing countries. When I was a university student 5 years ago, I had a chance to go to Kenya for the very first time, and I wanted to learn more about how technology is impacting the lives of those who live in rural communities. There are so many organizations out there who are tackling this problem that 1.5 million people lack electricity and 700 million people lack access to clean water. I wanted to go there and study what was going on and see if there was some way that I could add to that. And what came out of this was a technology that helps to improve the existing solar panels that a lot of these communities already have, and it helps to make them better. So I worked with these women and children and community leaders, and we really tried to identify what are they using solar for. It's for cell phones. It's for charging lanterns so they can do schoolwork at night. It's for farm work. There are so many applications to solar, but they were also telling me that their technologies were having limitations. They found that the technology wasn't able to provide them with enough electricity. One particular example of this was a woman who was living in a village called Impala in Kenya. She told me about how she spent a year saving up for a solar lantern kit. It came with 1 solar panel and 3 lanterns. She was telling me only 2 of those lanterns would fully charge. The last one, it was kind of like, it would kind of sometimes charge if it was cloudy, if it was not cloudy. And here I got really excited. This is the prime example of why Sun Saluter is useful. And so I went and deployed a Sun Saluter in an adjacent village to really see their reaction. And everyone's reactions were interest. They wanted to see how this could integrate with their lives. And there was so much more to be done. So I was really excited. I wanted to go back to this village in Impala, talk to this woman, tell her what we had done. But I went around to try and find her, talked to neighbors, no one had seen her, and it turns out that she got trampled by a buffalo. She had taken a lantern out at night to try and actually do some extra farm work and get more done. And her lantern either died because it just didn't have enough charge, or she didn't even bother to bring it because she knew that it wouldn't last. And this really hit home for me. I realized that this is a problem that needs to be tackled, where they're starting to receive the benefits of electricity, but they need more, and they need a low-cost way of doing it. The Sun Saluter is intended to be locally made with locally available materials, and it's really simple to understand. One of the important things about Sun Saluter is that it also ties into their daily lives. If we want these women to be excited by what they're working on, we need it to tie in with what they do. At 5 in the morning, women and children will wake up in the morning to actually gather clean water from a river or a well. They bring it back in jerry cans. And what they do then is they'll actually hang that jerry can on one side of the solar panel, and it'll slowly drip out through the day. As that drips out, the solar panel will rotate so that it is following the sun. And you can attach an optional water filter so that water can be purified while the solar panel is rotating. So we entice people by getting them to say, hey, do you want to get 2 extra cell phones charged? Let's say you normally charge 6. Now you can charge 8. And then we bring them in, and then they get excited because water is a byproduct. Water ties into what they do. And so we've been developing partnerships all over the world. We've deployed sun saluter units in 16 countries, but we feel that this is actually a really superficial impact. We want to go in depth into communities, specifically in India, and develop more solid partnerships. And more importantly, we want this to be a grassroots effort. So far, a lot of this has been done by our team. We have 3 full-time staff members and a volunteer board, as well as 8 volunteers that help work with us. We want to actually empower these women to do it themselves, so that they are the ones leading this process of empowering their livelihoods and then being able to experience the benefits of solar energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eden. Questions? So maybe I'll start. Nobody is dying yet. There soon will be to ask a question. Can you explain a little bit what are you adding? Because there is already a solar panel and all of that. And my understanding is this water thing increases the efficiency of existing solar panels by 30% or 20%. And in addition, the water cleaning is coming because you are giving the filter, which let's say if you just gave a filter anyway, without this, the water solution will still be there. In other words, there's no quote-unquote synergies between the two. It's just an add-on to entice them in. Please clarify or correct if I'm incorrect in my understanding.
So one of the observations that a lot of our team members have really picked up on while we were doing field testing, we've iterated on the sun saluter, must be 80 times now. And every single time we go in and ask them, is this a hassle for you? Is this an inconvenience? How can we tie all of these things together so that you aren't plugging in your solar panel and then walking over here and getting your water filter, or, oh, I forgot to use my water filter today, but I remembered the solar panel. We want to put all of these things in one place so it's very easy for them to integrate it once. At 5 in the morning, you get your water, you plug everything in, and you get additional electricity. And we found that just being able to charge your phone, being able to charge more phones, that is enough incentive. And I think that's a pretty universal thing no matter where you go. And so for us, we've realized that they get excited about the fact that these 2 things are now being made more convenient. And with the additional funding from Project Inspire, we want to develop community programs that really allow this to be a local grassroots effort.
Thank you.
What's the equipment in terms of the ability to fix it themselves, or if something happens to it? Like how hard is it to maintain?
So the solar tracker system that we've developed is really simple. You can make it out of sheet metal that you just need to bend at certain angles. And we've worked with machinists in developing countries using the tools that they have had. And like you can see here, this is pretty much the most primitive setup that you need. Like 1 drill press and just being able to bend sheet metal. And we've found that a flat sun saluter kit will ship for 3 pounds, and once it gets there, the user just needs to be able to add a plank of wood or bamboo or recycled metal, whatever's available locally, just as a supporting pole, and that's the only other thing that you need. And the intention is for this to be dead simple. We tell the women that this is something we want their feedback on, and they give us tons of ideas of I actually don't like the flow control valve. Can we change this design? I want to make this easier. And they've put in all of those considerations when we've developed this together. So even though I came up with the initial concept, that the design of Sunsaluter has evolved so much over time. And with the funding from Project Inspire, we'd really like to be able to take this forward. We'd like to spend $15,000 on community development. We'd like to spend $5,000 on actual manufacturing cost and $5,000 on additional research and development. And we see this rolling out in 4 key phases, with the first phase being we get these women excited about the technology, we get their feedback. The second phase is we teach them about how they can start sharing it with others, and how, because now they feel empowered, she had a part to play in making this technology locally specific for this region in India. And we get her excited about being an entrepreneur. The third phase is then we teach her about manufacturing. This is how you make it. This is how you use the drill press. This is how you actually fabricate the whole kit and get it out ready for shipping. And then the fourth phase is actually liaising with our 17 existing Indian manufacturing partners and implementation partners to actually roll this out, and then she will become the spearhead of all of this, and then our organization can take a step back. And we're hoping to achieve financial sustainability by the end of 2016.
In India, there's this device called UPS, something. Yeah, power supply, unlimited power supply, correct, UPS, yes. So how does this Sunsaluter compare to UPS in terms of cost, in terms of portability? Because UPS is very portable. In terms of maintenance?
Yes. So Sunsaluter is intended to go on existing solar infrastructure that's either roof-mounted or pole-mounted in some of these communities. So you can actually combine both Sunsaluter and a UPS, and it'll make the UPS work better. And that is our goal, is we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. There are tons of great companies, organizations implementing solar, implementing UPS. We want to make that UPS perform as the manufacturer promised. If it's 80 watts, that panel should be 80 watts. If it's able to charge 3 lanterns, it should charge 3 lanterns every single day, and it will if you allow the solar panel to directly follow the sun.
I'm a mechanical engineer by training, and my focus is in manufacturing. And in your proposal, you wrote that this 25,000 will allow you to scale up your manufacturing and distribution. As a manufacturing engineer, can you elaborate more in order that I can gauge the feasibility of it?
Sure.
How can 25,000 help you to scale up the manufacturing and distribution?
So a lot of the grunt work around figuring out Sunsaluter's manufacturing has already been funded by other donors. Our goal with the Project Inspire funding is to focus more on this new phase of empowering the women entrepreneurs. We've already started to do that, and 88% of them feel that there is potential. 88% of the 46 deployments that we've had in India feel that this has a lot of potential. They want to get involved with the manufacturing, and that's now that they're excited, this is what we're doing. But the manufacturing side, like I mentioned, Sunsaluter you can manufacture the total unit cost right now for about $15, and we'd like to get that cost down to $10. And this will come with being able to get better deals from the existing raw material suppliers. So we use a lot of sheet metal, aluminum, and steel. And depending on the region, we really want to go and find better partners out there. And so a lot of what we do now is basically you have a piece of sheet metal, you need to cut it to the designated length that we've already provided. And also, yes?
Who's going to pay for the drill and all those things? Who's going to pay for the sheet bending machine?
That's a great question. So we actually have partners who've already offered to donate old equipment to us. And we've actually been, of the 17, 3 of those organizations have given us their old, and we've had a couple of machinists who come and volunteer and give their time so that we can actually set up our own shop. But as these businesses become more profitable, that's when we'll be able to afford better facilities, better opportunities. And part of the funding from Project Inspire will be to empower these women so that they're excited enough, and when we're profitable, then that's when we can actually afford to get higher quality materials. But for the most part, Sunsaluter is intended to be something that you can manufacture with even the worst of worst drill presses and sheet metal.
So can you clarify a little bit, how much investment do you already have? Do you already have people investing in Sunsaluter, and is that as grants or is that as investors?
So to be clear, Sunsaluter as a global organization, we are a US nonprofit. And we have a board of directors that contributes an annual amount. So that's what keeps our global operations going. Our goal is now to create these for-profit businesses that are led and spearheaded by the women entrepreneurs that we work with. And so the for-profit and nonprofit parts are a little bit separate, but we've got the nonprofit part covered, and now we want to be able to jumpstart the for-profit.
Understood. And what's the overall budget you have roughly for a year? Last year, for example, what was your?
So our annual, we're actually trimming down. So last year we had an annual operating budget of about $50,000 US. So our goal this year, since we've moved most of our staff locally and we've tried to streamline things, we're hoping our annual operating budget is about $25,000 US. And of course, this program will add additional expense. But either way, even with or without the support of Project Inspire, we've gotten so much interest from this, and this is definitely moving forward.
That's great. One last question. We have time for one question. Anybody else? Yes.
Very interesting project. How about the solar panel manufacturers seeking you out to integrate it with their panel and selling it together?
Yeah, we've actually had interest from a couple of manufacturers in India. And so those are two or three of them are our early implementation partners. And so we already have 46 deployments in India specifically. And of course, this was done, a lot of it was in conjunction with the women and us. We did that together. And so we hope by the end of 2016 to do 1,000 deployments solely spearheaded by the women. And with these manufacturers' support, they provide us with discounts on purchasing of, the solar panels when some of our implementation partners are working with us. But we found that a lot of the organizations we partner with, they've already picked out their own solar panels. They already have solar panels often. And so we're coming in and being like, we see you've already been using it. Are you frustrated that you're not getting enough? How can we give you more? And solar panel manufacturers are kind of helping us to spread the word and spread this awareness that, I think it's not common knowledge, and it's unfortunate that, not many people know that they should rotate.
Just a really quick question. It's fantastic that I don't understand the technology, I won't pretend to, but it sounds very straightforward, it sounds very easy to make. But if it's so simple and so easy to make, what steps have you taken to protect this idea? If it's so simple, what's stopping solar panel manufacturers, etc., from just integrating it and then cutting you out?
So SunSolutor is specifically designed for the developing world. It's so cheap, and it requires an individual to manually refill the system every day. That's a big part of it. So, a big utility scale solar installer in Arizona is not going to be interested in that design. We do actually have a patent on the core, which got granted today, actually, on the core SunSolutor technology, but we're planning on open sourcing it. And we want people to steal it. So if there are people who are willing to do this without us having to pay for community programming to support them, we would love that. And I think that's the sort of interest we're starting to get, is people are really taking initiative on their own, and we hope that continues.
Thanks very much, Eden. Very cool.
Thank you very much, Eden. I always find that question very tricky. Whenever you ask, so how much have you got in grants so far or funding? And then it's like you want to say that you've got enough because then you look successful. But if you say you have too much, then they're like, oh, you're too successful. You donate out 25,000. You guys, you really don't. So what is the correct answer? It's tricky, seriously. And I'm watching them and they're trying to get around it. They're struggling. They're like, well, we have two parts to our business. Well, we have, and you never let go. You're like, so last year specifically, what? No, it's tricky because I think that it is an ongoing thing, and no matter how successful you get, even if you do have a $100,000 grant that came in last year, would you be able to grow a for-profit business with that? No, right? So honestly speaking, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Yeah, and the other thing too is this is a tough judging panel. We've got our Simon Cowell here in the front with a difficult. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. Not you. I meant Ming. I'm kidding. But it's good. The questions are good. I think that the varied experience and background of our judging panel also lends to some very good questions that does challenge our presenter today. And I'm the Ryan Seacrest. There you go. All right, so let's move on. We've got two more presenters before it's time for lunch. Both actually very interesting topics, so we're going to get to it. Next up, we have Katie Rose. That's Katie over there. Katie's representing the Fabric Social. The project location is in Australia. The theme is around design, and the Fabric Social is an ethical fashion social enterprise working with conflict-affected women to end their economic isolation. So please join me in welcoming Katie.
G'day, how you doing? My name's Katie Rose. I'm the co-founder of the Fabric Social. First of all, it's really an honour to be here today, and it's a privilege to be amongst the change-making finalists as well. So I just wanted to pay some gratitude to that. Look, my original plan for when I got up here was to tell you the story of these inspiring women. They live in a very remote village in the northeast of India, in Assam. The northeast border geographically is the biggest sex, drugs, and arms trafficking route of the entire world. Assam itself has been ravaged by decades of war, conflict, and there are 300,000 people that have lost their homes, been displaced because of this armed conflict. So I really wish that they were here to tell you all of their amazing stories, but the reason that they're not is the exact same reason why the Fabric Social exists. We exist because armed conflict makes people poor, and poverty fuels that armed conflict, and any kind of conversation towards peace has to start with those people who are most harmed by its absence, and that's these women. So we created fashion without borders. The purpose of the Fabric Social is to alleviate the burden of poverty that prevents women from having the time and resources to participate fully in their social, cultural, and political worlds. And that's everybody's right. We support women micro-producers. This fabric literally repairs the social fabric of our shared planet. So, welcome to my store. We sell our clothing online through our own online store. Sorry, I have a bit of a foghorn voice. We sell our clothing through our own online store, and we have 2 stockists in Australia who currently stock our label as well. Thank you. It makes good business sense to do what we do. The conscious consumer movement has had a huge impact on the fashion industry. And because of that very fact, we've been able to more than double the daily household income of the women that we've engaged since the project began in 2014. Because really what these women lack is not skill, and it's not even necessarily just money, it's real and sustainable market access that makes a woman's livelihood project sustainable. What we've done is deliver a market-driven alternative that provides meaningful, measurable, and specific social impact. We use fashion design and technology to make this happen. And I'll show you a little bit of it now. This is our app that we've developed. It's a business tool for the fabric producers so that they can manage and grow their own micro-enterprises. It develops the financial literacy of the women producers in the field. It overcomes one of the single biggest barriers, I believe, in women's livelihood projects, and that's being socially and economically isolated. These women already produce something that consumers want. They just have no local market for it. It makes sense to export all of that amazing skill into somewhere where it is going to sell for a fair return. So, I wanted to ask who here thinks of themselves as an entrepreneur, as a change maker, as a businesswoman, someone who gets stuff done? I would like to say that's me, and that's a lot of you. Well, that really makes my heart smile because this is exactly what these women said. And to me, that is empowerment. It's just equal opportunity to be the change maker in your own community. And when that's truly realized, then maybe one of these wonderful women can stand on this stage, or maybe their children, and tell you their amazing story for themselves. Thank you so much for listening to me, Dhanyavad. Thanks.
Katie, sorry, the bell rang by mistake. If you'd like, you can have another 30 to 60 seconds. But if you're really done, that's fine.
I don't usually finish that early,
Okay,
so
very
I'm going to take the compliment.
Okay. Questions?
Nice presentation. I'm just a little confused. So what's the scale of the online product? So walk me through how do you guarantee quality and what's the supply chain like? And then who's your customer?
So the supply chain starts from the women who hand rear the silkworms in the village, the women who spin the yarn, and the women who thread it all together. Our supply chain is so transparent you can pretty much throw a rock from the shed where the silk is spun and catch the shed where the weaving is done. So that's walking it through the product side in terms of the fabric. Once the fabric is finished, that gets shipped to Kolkata, and we have 2 garment production partners there who are fair trade collectives of artisans who put the garment together. I think one of the mistakes in livelihood projects is everything's done in one place where the skill should really be where it is. From there, it gets shipped to Australia, and then it's made available on the online store, and it goes to 2 other stockists who are carrying our label at the moment.
Sorry, and so in terms of volume, so how many shirts, how many pants, what's the scale?
We don't do pants because handloom fabric doesn't allow for a lot of stress on the seam. We also, in our market research, women who are buying online are more likely to buy shirts and blouses. We got lucky on that one. We found that out after. So we only make T-shirts and button-up, and we're introducing 3 new designs in December as well around that same design aspect. Volume-wise, we produce in small batches. So we've done volume of 60 items, 40 items, and 80 items. What we're looking to do is have that a consistent 100 items made over a 2 to 3 month period. And we can do that sustainably with the community that we're currently engaged with. If we can continue to sell those items in a further 70, that would really make my heart smile, because that means we'll be financially sustainable as well. Because right now we manage to break even in our sales every month, which is good, but we really want to expand our impact, and that's what the Project Inspire funding would do for us.
So, great presentation.
Cheers, thank you.
One of the points you make in your presentation, your written presentation, is about these girls' activity groups.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about, what is it that you're trying to achieve through those groups?
Well, that actually came out of the local community itself. So we didn't go in with any intention to run a girls' group. What came out of it was that as we've been in the community doing this particular project since August 2014, it allowed a lot of the girls a little bit of breathing space from their household duties to get together and talk with each other. And a lot of them have a different relationship with adults in the community because they're early parentified. Many of the girls are kept home from school as well because mum just can't put enough food on the table to work and take care of the house. So we found that by freeing up the time and resources of the women who were the head of the household, the girls themselves had room to breathe about what they would like to do, what would they like to do with their time and resources. So that kind of came out of that. And with the Project Inspire money, we can implement that. We have the skills in-house. My co-founder is a very experienced social worker and has run these groups in Australia. And we embed ourselves in the community. So we want to respond to that need and that change.
Lovely presentation, Katie. My question is, of the final price that you sell the goods for in Australia, how much reaches the actual artisan in the village, and how much is in the logistics in between? Could you break it up for us?
Yep. Well, the artisans get paid first because we wear all the risk. Why should we not when we first start up? And building trust in communities affected by armed conflict that are also chockers. Does he have that in Singapore, chockers? Full of livelihood projects. You have to build that trust. So, and we really like the process that we've got. So what we do is we pay for all the materials first. So we pay for the fabric on that works out $10 a metre in Australian. And once we purchase all the fabric, we pay for the construction separately through our garment partners. Then we jack it up for, for the appropriate market. We actually compete really well in price. I surveyed on a Saturday afternoon, 285 ethical fashion labels across 9 online stores across Australia, the US and the UK, really established ethical fashion markets. And we compete $20 better on price for similar products. So even though our products range between $62.50 and $145, we still compete well in that price. The cost price of our items averages out to anywhere between $20 to $32 cost price, fabric and construction. Thanks.
Katie, do you see yourself primarily as a fashion label?
That's a really interesting question. Myself and my co-founders, we are 2 human rights lawyers and an academic. So do we see ourselves as fashion people? No, but we are a fashion label because I feel like that's the only way forward for this project. We surveyed 25% of our customer base after our first couple of rounds, and we found that, surprisingly, over 80% had never bought ethical before. We left that for the consumer to decide what that meant, organic cotton or otherwise. And we also found that they really connected with the transparent supply chain, the creation of a beautiful, unique product. When we were all excited about, you know, feminist label and power to the women, but it didn't necessarily connect with a lot of our customers. They liked the fact we had a visual, transparent supply chain. So we see ourselves as a fashion label out of survival for this project.
So my question about being a fashion label is that you're going to have to create collections, which means that you're going to have to change you're going to have to create new collections twice a year.
Yep.
So for these cotton and silk weavers, they're going to have to create completely new products for you twice a year. You know, in terms of what's your product development cycle and your education cycle for you to be able to deliver on time, quality, and in the quantities that you're going to need to be a fashion label?
In terms of the social impact side, the weavers and the silk spinners, they don't have to change anything. We work with Eri silk and Khadi cotton, combination of the two, or just the Khadi cotton. So the weavers themselves don't have to make anything that they haven't made before a million times, which makes me very happy. So we don't have to implement any change there. The artisans that we work with in Kolkata already produce ethical fashion labels or collections for People Tree and a couple of other US labels themselves. They're au fait with the Western style. They're au fait with the quality of the stitch. So we haven't had any trouble implementing that. We launched with 3 designs, so this is one of them. And we have a button up as well. And then in December, we'll be releasing 3 more. What we try and do, because our designs are zero waste, is keep them simple classic cuts with a unique twist. So we try and keep them simple and basic because we have a really broad market. Anybody from, we've had women 23 to 84 buy our items. And I like it that way because I feel nice and safe in that space. So what we do is just implement simple designs that we sample first before we do a full production round. Costs us about $300 to make a sample through our producers. And we made sure that they already work with some Western brands that know the cut and the style. And the weavers don't have to change a thing. They can just do what they do best.
I have a burning question I must ask. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm scared.
I was looking at your budget, and then your budget involved, you know, smartphone and purchase of smartphones and a solar panel, solar lamps and things like that. And then these are later on distributed to the weavers so that they can do their job of what they do best, weaving. So the related question is, what are the roles of these female weavers in this? They're solely weavers. And the second question is, along this whole stage of this entire project, are there any stage where there is a form of technology technology knowledge transfer to the weavers in the form so that they are, in a way, we are achieving technology empowerment of the women?
Yeah. We have already developed and beta tested and consulted in the field with the weavers on our app. We wouldn't be having Project Inspire funding and doing it for the first time. We've already done it and tested, and we want to make it better. That's why I'm here today. The smartphones are secondhand that we receive through Phone Cycle, and our app right now is on iOS. So through those donated iPads, we can better test the app, I would say. So we can make sure that every weaver knows how to use it, not just a couple. And part of our Project Inspire budget has training for that. So we can just sit and beta test and watch how it's used and see the natural way that the weavers use it and amend it to that, not give something that they have to wrap their heads around.
So Kim, you're 2 minutes over time. Still burning? Then
Yes,
go ahead.
still burning.
Okay.
Yeah. So you haven't answered the role of the question that I have. What are the roles of the weavers in this? Are they just weavers for you, or?
No, they can weave for whomever they choose. They actually still weave.
No, but if they are receiving solar lamps and so forth from you, are they bound to you in any way?
No, they're not bound to us. We don't employ them. If they want to weave, then they can. If they don't want to, then that's fine. On the app, it has an order. So they might want to sign up and say, you know, I'm a bit strapped this month. I'll do 70 meters of fabric for the Fabric Social. And that's good, but there's no lock-in contracts. That's just not, that's a bit mean.
Very clear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Well done.
You don't think they should get the solar lamps, huh? It's okay, I do. I think they should get the solar lamps. All right, so we're going to move on to our last finalist of the day. Very exciting. Aaron, where are you? You've been waiting patiently in the wings. We're down to you, number 10. Up for grabs at $25,000. Mm-hmm. We'll just give it a minute to get mic'd up. I feel bad. I've already picked on the judges. I'd pick on the audience, but you guys have been so patient, and you've been sitting there, and you're hungry, but you've been great, so I won't. Instead, I will introduce Aaron's project so that once she jumps up on stage, we'll be good to go. Just one thing, actually. After lunch will be half an hour, and after lunch, we actually have Project Aspire. That's happening. Very exciting. It's like Baby Inspire, like Baby Project Inspire. I'll tell you more later. But first, and definitely not last, we have Erin McCabe. The organization that she is representing is the Australian Cervical Cancer Foundation. The project name is Solomon Islands Cervical Cancer Screening Program. The location of her project is in Australia and the Solomon Islands. The theme for her project is around technology. And the aim is to develop and implement a cervical screening and treatment program that will be delivered to 2,000 women within 2 Solomon Island districts over a 12-month period. So please join me in welcoming our last finalist for today, Erin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my name is Erin McCabe, and 2 years ago, I left a large humanitarian NGO to join the young team at the Australian Cervical Cancer Foundation. I was drawn to the fundamental mission that underlies every single project that they undertake, that no woman should have to die from what is a preventable disease simply because of the country she happens to have been born in. I was drawn to the organisation by the real action that is happening on the ground in countries like the Solomon Islands to save women's lives. But this is not a story about me. This is a story about Natina and Shadina. So Shadina is 9 years old, and in May this year, she was one of the first girls in the Solomon Islands to receive the HPV vaccination, which means that as she gets older, she'll be protected against cervical cancer. While we were there, we spoke to her mother, Natina, and Natina told us how grateful she was that Shadina was receiving this vaccination for free, because like many people in the Solomon Islands, she knows a lot of women affected by or who have passed away from cervical cancer. She told us about a neighbour who she had seen suffer through a diagnosis that came far too late, and she left behind 3 young children when she passed away from the disease. However, this is not an uncommon story in the Solomon Islands. While it's only geographically 6,000 kilometres away, it's actually more like a world away from where we're standing today in Singapore. It's like many island nations though. Its city is population dense, and then if you travel just 20 minutes down the road, you'll be in what they could call a remote or regional area. And it's the women in these areas and the outerlying islands of the Solomon Islands that suffer due to lack of medical services. Official statistics estimate that around 18% of female deaths in the Solomon Islands are from cervical cancer. Unfortunately, the real number is actually much higher, as official statistics reveal. Ooh, hello there. So, sorry. Despite cervical screening being the #1 way of detecting cervical cancer and saving women's lives, it is not readily deliverable or easily accessible to the women of the Solomon Islands. In fact, just 1% of women have ever received cervical screening. In Singapore, 74%. So that shows a big difference. And so, with 2 of these devices, we have the opportunity to screen 2,000 women in the Solomon Islands in 2 regions which we've never been able to reach before. In the first year, we will purchase 2 of the devices that I'm holding there on the screen. And in the first year, and so we'll purchase them in the first year. And in that first year, we will train local health workers and health practitioners in the use of the device. And in addition to that, we'll actually implement Train the Trainer programs so that all knowledge gained stays within the country to ensure the sustainability of the project after the first year. We'll also create culturally appropriate awareness materials so that women in these remote areas understand the importance of accessing this vital test. So the Huffington Post has actually called this technology cervix selfies. But the impact that these devices have so much more substance than the term implies. So yes, a doctor would take a picture of a woman's cervix using the phone's camera and the microscope, which you can see poking out, that attaches onto it. And they use those pictures for diagnosis and treatment, and then they also create a patient record, which is kind of unheard of in some developing countries. But the other part is that during the consultation, the doctor can actually turn the phone around and show the picture to the woman and explain to her that, and that has so much more impact than a couple of likes on Instagram. ACCF currently works in over 9 countries, and we know that without the cooperation of government agencies, local NGOs and other stakeholders, our projects cannot be sustainable. It's one of the reasons why we work so closely with the Solomon Islands Ministry for Health in implementing our vaccination program this year, and those are relationships which we plan on building upon. This project won't just affect the women of the Solomon Islands. It will affect their daughters, it will affect their husbands, and it will affect the economy as we employ local women to use the device. So with Project, it will also pave the way for use of this technology in other developing countries. And so with Project Inspire support, we won't just be rolling out a cervical screening program in the Solomon Islands. We will be changing the face of cervical cancer prevention and saving women's lives. And it was Nelson Mandela who said that health cannot be a matter of income. Can I finish the quote? It's a fundamental human right. And that's something that I and the Australian Cervical Cancer truly believe. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
2 questions. The first question is, tell us a bit more, just out of curiosity, about the development of the actual product.
The
how did that
technology?
happen? And second of all, I think you mentioned also that you're working across a broad coalition of public sector stakeholders.
Yes.
So how much funding have you gotten, and what's the funding plan, I mean, besides Project Inspire?
Yes. So the technology was actually created by a company called Mobile ODT, and they're based out of Israel. And they've been working on this prototype for quite so many years, and it's just this year been used in Kenya. So they've been working with the government in Kenya to roll that out. So that's not a program we're involved in. We don't work in Africa.
So they have the patent?
Yes. Yes. So we would be purchasing the device from them. And then we would purchase smartphones that go in it. So the device, the device is made up of 2 parts. So there's a smartphone clipped into there, and the white with the microscope is actually the device that we would be purchasing off Mobile ODT. Does that answer the first question? Yeah. So then the other question about other funding. So we have been working in the last 4 years to develop a HPV vaccination program in the Solomon Islands, and we've done that in conjunction with the Solomon Islands Ministry for Health. So we'll be again working with them to roll out this screening program, because we firmly believe that without the government's cooperation, it can't be a sustainable project. But we will also be working with, so in the Solomon Islands, we don't work with other NGOs. We work with the World Health Organization, and in the case of our vaccination program, we work with a body called Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccinations, apologies. And we would be working with local staff that we already employ to roll out the HPV vaccination program to ensure that the screening program reaches the people who need it most. Other funding, in terms of other funding, we do operate from the Australian Cervical Cancer Foundation as a traditional charity model. So we receive other grants, other personal donations, and if we were to receive the Project Inspire grant, or even not, this is a major priority for us, is rolling out this technology. And so we'd be running, the focus for our appeals would be Solomon Islands versus other countries in which we're working.
It's not expensive technology to buy, though, is it?
No, it's not.
$1,800 a unit or something?
Yeah, so the device, the white bit, it costs approximately $1,800 US. And then the smartphone that we found, that they have found works best with it, and what we have been trialling as well, is a Motorola second generation, which I think costs like 200 Australian dollars. So it's not, and that actually works best. So, and then the app, of course, if we've purchased the devices, the app is free to download if you have purchased that. So no, it's not an expensive technology.
So I guess the follow-on question to that is, you're only looking to buy 2 of
That's
those
correct.
units to begin with. I'm
first year.
assuming that there's obviously massive costs with, you know,
Training.
everything that goes around the training.
That's
for these
correct. So we want to ensure that, because this will be the first country that the device and technology will be used in the countries which we work in a really real way, which means that we want to take advantage of mobile ODT's training and train the trainer programs that they run, so that we can have a base of local workers who then can share the knowledge, because we also work in Vanuatu, which isn't far away. We would hope to roll that out in Vanuatu and have our team in Solomon Islands actually train that team. So we are including a lot of training costs, and then of course transportation costs as well. But yes, the device is very cheap. A traditional colposcope, which is what we would be replacing, costs anywhere upwards of $20,000. That's correct. That's what's in the National Referral Hospital of Honiara. Only one on the island.
Thank you very much, Erin, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Part of the expenses goes to staff costs.
Yes.
Putting your CEO aside, you've got Margaret and Patricia, who are the
Yes.
coordinator and the reproductive health coordinator.
Yes.
Are they permanently located in country?
Patricia is, but Margaret is not. Margaret does come in and out, but that's currently because the way that we're delivering programs in the Solomon Islands currently is mostly focused on the HPV vaccination, which only gets rolled out once a year. So she doesn't need to be there the entire time. If we're rolling this program out, her time in the Solomon Islands would increase. So Margaret is based between the Solomon Islands and Australia, but Patricia is in country.
So that's the big investment, really. It's in Patricia and in that training, so
Yes,
that
absolutely.
you can scale up the number of devices. That's not a problem later on.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any other questions?
What's the mobile platform like in the Solomons? I mean, is it stable or? No, nothing's that stable, right?
Well, the good thing about this is, so the technology, if they were out in a remote area that did not have good coverage, they can actually, so the device itself stores a certain amount, and then when they get back to Wi-Fi or into a better network, such as in Honiara, it goes up to the cloud then. So the Solomon Islands has a better phone network than it does internet, much like a lot of developing countries in the Pacific. I've just been in Kiribati, and Wi-Fi, anyway, and you had to pay for the privilege. But and so if they are in an area where they can't even do that, as soon as they're back, it'll go up to the cloud, and then ACCF would manage that cloud-based database.
Any more questions? Otherwise, I think the judges are ready to go up in the cloud as well. Erin, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. So there you have it, our 10 finalists for today. I think we should give them all another big, big round of applause. Good job, guys. Very inspiring, exciting stuff. And good luck. So what's going to happen now is I have one more round of applause that I think we need to really give to our judges. It has been not an easy task, first of all, to read up after you deliver. No, but I think it's definitely not easy to be a judge either. I think there's a lot of preparatory, is that a word? Preparatory work? Why don't you say preparation? A lot of preparation that goes into sitting on a panel like this. Clearly, they've done their homework, the questions that they've asked, the proposals that they've had to read through. So I think, can we give our judges today a really, really big round of applause? Thank you guys so much. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go for lunch. Lunch will be half an hour, so eat quickly. There's also the fair that's happening in the next room where lunch is. We'd love for you guys to come back here at 2:30, where we're going to start with Project Aspire first, while the judges finish deliberating, before we get into our prize presentation ceremonies and announce our winners for today. All right, so thank you very much, everybody. I will see you back here at 2:30. Now, I understand you guys have had a little bit of practice with presenting. Did you have sort of a mock session a week ago, 2 weeks ago? Yeah? IJ girls? You're IJ, right? And you are IJ also? Same school, 2 teams. Oh, you brought your own cheerleading squad. I see. And the Canadian International School, you guys have been here all morning, but do you have a team? You're here to learn. I like it. I like it. You're welcome as well. So they've actually been here all morning. So, good job, guys, hanging in there. What I'm going to do now is the next very important part of today's program. I'm hoping that the judges that we have here for you guys, given that you're younger, a little bit less experienced, a little bit kinder to you than some of the Simon Cowells we had in our previous judging panel. So on that note, I will introduce our judges for today. First up, we have Ms. Sharon Tan, Executive Committee Member with the Singapore Committee for UN Women. And we have Cindy Koh, Senior Panelist on the National Youth Council Young Changemakers panel. Cindy. And last but not least, we had to balance it up with a guy. We have Jamie Kemage, Head Strategic Partnerships and Alliances with Murudi. Jamie. Now, again, just to take you back through the mechanics of how the pitch will work today, teams that come up on stage have 5 minutes to pitch. At the 4-minute mark, they will receive a signal that lets them know they've got a minute to go. And at the 5-minute mark, the bell will go and you will have to stop talking. But we will go then into a 5-minute Q&A session where we get to have the judges ask you a little bit more about your project so you can expand on that. Now, as you guys are presenting, there will be people who are streaming back into the room, just coming back from the session next door. So don't be distracted, okay? Stay focused. Are you guys up first? I can tell, it's that extra nervous look, It's like, is she still going to keep talking? We're ready to go. So, on that note, without further ado, I think it's time to introduce our first ever, actually, Project Aspire team to take the stage. They're from CHIJ, St. Nicholas Girls' School. Team members Alicia Lim, Faith Tam, and Valerie Tan. And their idea is they want to promote breast awareness to young audiences through an annual carnival that incorporates educational materials and information. So on that note, IJ girls, it's over to you.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and audience. We are Team Big Pink from CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls' School.
I'm Alicia.
I'm Faith.
And I'm Valerie.
At the age of 33, Ms. Chua Mui Hong was diagnosed with breast cancer. She has no family history or risk factors at all, so she felt that it's very unfair that she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She said, I had many questions. Am I going to die? Will it be curable? Is it operable? And will it be painful? The first weeks of her treatment were the worst weeks of her life. She felt confused and frightened because of her many unanswered questions. She said, there's a constant nagging fear. You know you may die, perhaps in pain, and very soon. I feared a lingering death from cancer. Fortunately, with the help of her friends and her strong will to survive, she managed to pull through this difficult hurdle in her life.
This is just one of the many known cases in Singapore. Over the years, breast cancer has been rapidly increasing, and information provided by the National Cancer Centre Singapore shows an overwhelming 25% of cancer diagnosed in women in Singapore is breast cancer. 4 in 5 women diagnosed with breast cancer had no known risk factors.
Since breast cancer is such a prominent and life-threatening illness, we were wondering how we could raise awareness for breast cancer so that women are aware of this terrifying illness. Our Eureka moment came when we thought of hosting a carnival, and these are the reasons why we chose to host a carnival of all other choices.
Our target audience, teenagers. Why is this so? Most breast cancer-related activities in Singapore are mainly targeted at working adults. So we would like to use this opportunity to expose more teenagers to more information about breast cancer. Teenagers are also prone to it, so it is important for early detection. If detected early and treated early, breast cancer need not result in death. And we have recently conducted an online survey, and we have found out that most
teenagers answered basic questions wrongly, and this shows that they have lack of understanding about breast cancer. So we would like to be the ones to deepen their understanding of breast cancer. Since through our carnival, our teenagers will be able to deepen their understanding of breast cancer, and since they'll be future leaders of Singapore, it is very important for them to be the advocates of this issue.
Our project is bound to attract teenagers because us as organizers ourselves are also teenagers. So we understand the wants of a teenager and what it takes to attract them to our carnival. The key selling point of our carnival is fun. So instead of having them to go through mundane talks or having them to play meaningless games, we thought, why not just input fun and also let them learn about breast cancer at the same time.
Our carnival will include talks by the breast cancer survivors for the participants to have a deeper understanding of breast cancer and at the same time interact with the survivors. With our project, this audience will get a better understanding of how these breast cancer survivors struggled through breast cancer.
Our beneficiary, the Breast Cancer Foundation, has come to an agreement with us to provide us with the essentials for the carnival, such as pamphlets, publicity on their Facebook page, and also, most importantly, the talks by the survivors to touch the lives of many. So if our project is given a chance to shine, we'll definitely be amply prepared for any adversities to come.
With our thorough research and the confirmation of reliable beneficiary, we will be able to gain massive success in our project. Most importantly is our burning passion to raise awareness for breast cancer. We can't change the nation in just this one carnival, but we can change it with every person that comes to our carnival.
At the end of the carnival, the participants will be able to bring home more information about breast cancer. And they will be able to spread the message to the people around them so that they can protect their loved ones. We are confident that this project will be a success, and we hope that breast cancer awareness will be a message that resonates with the participants.
Last but not least, we'd like to leave you with a quote that we'd like to share with everyone here. Supporting the fighters, admiring the survivors, honoring the taken, and never, ever giving up hope. Thank you.
Congratulations, girls, for a lovely presentation and lots of enthusiasm.
Thank you.
So we have just a few questions for you. So the first one would be, how will you measure the effectiveness of your program and the success of this exhibition?
At the end of the carnival, we probably will ask them questions before they leave, see if they actually learn something from our carnival.
Would that be like a survey form or some sort of
Yes.
electronic survey?
Yes.
Do you have will you set yourself a target for, how much awareness level raising you want to do and things like that?
We currently aim for about 500 to 800 participants in the carnival. So
Through our mini quiz at the end, we hope that, for example, they're just like basic questions or slightly harder questions, and then we hope that they will be able to answer at least 7 to 10 questions.
Again, wonderful presentation. Fantastic, congratulations. My question, I've got two real areas I want to understand more of. Firstly, your target market of teenage girls. Just wondering what the likelihood is of teenage girls developing breast cancer versus older cohorts of women.
So actually we are not targeting teenage girls, we are targeting teenagers, boys and girls.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So, assuming that you get the boys to come out to the big pink carnival, I'm sure you will. Again, to the specificity of the audience that you're trying to reach, how relevant is it? That's kind of the core of my question in terms of if there was a call to action for the teenage girls at the event to go and get screened. Firstly, is there a call to action, and how likely is it that that's the best point in their life to commence screening?
Okay,
So basically, the main aim of our carnival is not to really ask them to go for screening in earlier, like at this teenage age, but we are like aiming for them to later in their lives they will check for like breast cancer, and then basically that's our main aim, and then asking them to check later in their lives, and yeah.
Yeah, and at the same time spread the words to their mothers, sisters for like to ask them to go for yearly checkups.
Sure. So my guidance to you, depending on where it lands, is try and think about the immediate call to action for the audience that you're targeting. So I think that's a necessary part of any health message, is making sure that the audience in attendance are the ones who are at risk and that there's an immediate action that they can take to test. My second question relates to the event itself, because a social enterprise in and of its nature needs to have an element of sustainability, and the entire cost plan that I read earlier hinges on the success of this one event. If this one event doesn't work, you'll run out of money and there won't be a second event. Have you thought about different ways in which you can achieve the same objectives? You mentioned the options. What were they?
First, we'll have fundraising events in our school, probably to raise funds for our activity. And we will also get like second-hand stuff to sell it.
Besides fundraising activities in school, we'll have street sales as well in various locations. So volunteers will be able to walk around the area and ask for donations from people, and also at the same time sell merchandise.
We also have an online blog shop. So it's like people can order merchandise online or customize their own, so we can increase our revenue too.
And what were the other ideas for fundraising besides, outside of those are the other ideas that you considered, or are those the other ideas you're going to implement?
For the online blog shop and the street sales, we'll definitely implement, and perhaps we might have a mini concert in the school too, or something. So, yeah, to attract more people to Carnival and get performance to come for free, and then charge tickets for fee.
One more question. So this is a big event that you are planning, but it's just one event on one day of a person's life. Do you have any thoughts about what you might like to do after the event, and to keep the momentum going?
So besides the carnival, as we've mentioned, we have street sales and we have fundraising activities in school, and that can take place after the carnival or can take place before the carnival. So it is not just a one-day thing.
And also we have like Facebook pages, Twitters, so we can post like facts about breast cancer and constantly remind them about the teenagers about breast cancer.
And if
I was like, where have all the microphones gone? I was like asking at the counter. She's like, the girls took them all. I was like, and then I looked, and you did. But that's okay. Can we please have a really good round of applause for our first team up on stage today, our CHIJ girls. Thank you so much, girls. Thank you. I like it. This carnival, you don't think the boys would go to the big pink carnival? This is, breast cancer, this awareness is for everybody, Yes. Sure. Okay, so while the judges are having a little bit of a chat here, what I'm going to do is have a little bit of a chat with you guys to understand. Now we know why our contestants are here. We know why the judges are here. We know why MasterCard and UN Women are here. But I don't actually know why a lot of you are here. And some of you I recognize from the morning session as well. So I'm just going to go around and I'm just going to ask you why you're here. And then you'll be super awkward. You'll be put on the spot. But, let's give this a shot. Well, I just give them a minute, okay? Judges? So can I start with you? Sandra?
Well, I'm new to Singapore, and I'm looking at where I want to contribute and make a difference while I'm here. Thanks.
Oh, welcome to Singapore. And where are you from? From the US? Okay, great. Well, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time in Singapore. I like it here. I'm Singaporean. I'm biased. Judges, are you good to go? Yeah? Great. I think I put more pressure on the judges than there actually is on participants at this thing. Okay, so on that note, I'm just going to go ahead now to introduce the second team for today. For those of you who are watching in via the live stream and you're not sure where we're at Project Aspire, which is the baby version of Project Inspire, which is focused on kids between 15 to 18 years old and helping some of those ideas come true. Okay, so group 2 is called Traved. Did I say that right? Travid, right? Travid, not Traved. Travid, spelt as Traved. Team members Dia Mehta and Meher Malhorta. Malhorta, all right, and the school, Overseas Family School, I know I got that right. And what they're going to be talking about really is addressing the idea of loneliness in elderly women. So you guys want to jump up on stage and tell us a little bit more about that?
Negligence, depression, stress. These three things are very common in our society today. I may have faced it, she may have faced it, and you may have faced it. But we all have someone to take care of us, someone to support us. It could be our family, our parents, or our teachers. But what about the people who don't have anybody, who have to suffer all of this alone? Who are they? Unfortunately, these are some of the elderly women in Singapore. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Meher Malhotra.
My name is Dia Mehta.
And we're from Overseas Family School. Our social mission is to eradicate the feeling of loneliness and depression and to increase the feeling of confidence and independence because we believe that these elderly women are not a burden to the children or the government, but they are women in need of empowerment.
Over 60% of those aged 65 and above in Singapore are depressed. It causes lack of mental stability and a decrease in life expectancy. Research says that depression can be caused due to isolation, and unfortunately, in the past 20 years, the number of elderly women living alone in Singapore has increased by 31.2%. At TRAVED, we want to aim to ease these women's depression and also give them a sense of supportive community once again.
To achieve our social mission, we decided to plan a travel agency called TRAVED to promote independence of these elderly women. Our aim is to encompass various parts of Singapore, from public attractions of the zoo to local fish farms. If given a chance to implement this idea, we will have slow walks as well as four volunteers accompanying these elderly women so that they feel more support and secured. As well as they will have a chance to engage with other elderly women who face similar situations and increase interaction. To encourage these elderly women to join TRAVED, we have two incentives. The first incentive is that we will be putting these two elderly women into groups and have a volunteer accompanying them that they learn that have the same language as them and can speak fluently with them. This can reduce the feeling of nervousness as well as misunderstanding between the volunteer and the elderly woman. The second initiative that we decided is that we will be having door-to-door pickup services for estates and elderly homes, so it increases it makes the travel experience more convenient.
TRAVED would like to have alliances with educational organizations such as schools and colleges because they have students who have compulsory community service hours that they must be completing. So these volunteers can work with us in order to complete their service hours, but also to create a positive impact on the community. These volunteers will be helping us go on the tours, plan the tours, and also with marketing. Because we're catering to a niche market, we don't want mass marketing, but a more personalized strategy where volunteers will go to the senior homes, explain our initiative, and create a personalized bond which will separate us from the competition.
To sustain our business, we will ensure that these volunteers will train their successors through interactive and engaging learning so that the elderly women can obtain more improved services as well as the TRAVED can obtain more new and skilled volunteers. The second point of sustainability is that we will be having future membership deals, such as our future membership card called the TRAVED Go, which provides such perks and benefits to elderly women who obtain them, such as 95 masks to necessities. This will benefit both us and them, and will have increase in brand loyalty as well as reoccurring customers.
In terms of finance, our aim is to provide quality service for lower costs, which is why we want to establish the potential alliance with the Voluntary Welfare Organization, who will help subsidize tickets, allowing us to reduce our ticket prices by 38%. We will be using $4,825.60 of the given budget, and our level of break-even level of output is 96 tickets. All of the revenue we produce will be reinvested back into the company to help us sustain, expand, and improve.
So much has been said and sung about the new generation. Why don't people acknowledge the value of elderly women who have nurtured us and were there when we needed them in Singapore? But now they need us. They need to be more independent, more confident, but most importantly, they need to be more empowered.
Now it's our time and our 5 minutes to change the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, girls and ladies. First question that I have is in terms of what happens when the $5,000 dries up. How confident are you that you can sustain this program through other forms of fundraising, and also how confident are you that your volunteer base of support can be maintained?
Well, in terms of finance, the one positive thing we have is because the volunteers will be quite versatile because of the training. So what we aim to do is, if the trips do not work out, we can also perform activities within the senior homes, such as team building activities or activities that increase morale within the senior homes instead of taking them outside. And in terms of volunteers, there are many volunteer organizations in Singapore, and if one of them does not accept our proposal, there's always other streams, such as our school itself. We know we always have potential volunteers looking for options.
And also, if our business fails, we still have a backup plan of looking at our business plan and looking for root causes. And after that, we will look at alternatives and create a new business plan to improve on Travid.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and the amazing idea. I'd like to find out, because you mentioned that you'd like to get the volunteers who can speak the same language as the elderly, and they will be trained in to interact with the elderly. So where do you intend for them to have the training? And also, because I know that nowadays youth probably don't speak as much dialects, and I mean, I probably can't as well. I'm not a youth. So yeah, where do you intend to find all these volunteers?
I mean, of course, we don't expect the volunteers to speak Latin or anything, but if we need the major languages such as Chinese, Malay, English.
Singaporean official languages.
Yeah, of course. And I think it will be quite easy to find youth in Singapore who can speak these official languages, especially Mandarin and English and Malay.
And I think that the majority of elderly women in Singapore are mostly of Chinese race. So we'll be able to find more volunteers that will be able to speak in Chinese to these elderly women.
Thank you. And one more question. With regards to, I'm not sure if during your research, if you have actually visited any of the, say, senior activity center that's actually at the Void Deck where many of these elderly gather. Could you share with us what is the incentive for the elderly to actually pay for such a program where they can actually have friends at the center, and how are you going to convince them in terms of marketing your product?
As we said before, our two main incentives is the door-to-door pickup services, where it provides convenience for these elderly women, as well as we also provide like job opportunities for them. So it provides a sense of purpose, and she will add on to the finance part.
Yeah. Okay. Also, these
like how can we like encourage them to join?
Sorry. Of course, other incentive is, of course, that these women, oftentimes activities that are based inside senior homes can make them feel cooped up, and it's not nice just being in one place all the time. So the opportunity for them to go outside where they usually are it opens up new barriers. I mean, of course, we all love going out, so it's just a new experience.
And the voluntary organization that we will plan to have alliances with gives us an opportunity to subsidize our prices. So instead of, as Dia said, instead of $38 and
instead of $50.50, we can sell it at $36.50.
So this will include all the share and tell sessions, the food, the transportation, and other necessities that they would need. So that would incentivize them to join Travid.
Excellent presentation, and your financial analysis is actually better than many people twice your age. And the fact that you understand fixed and variable costs is just kind of mind-blowing. Well done. I probably have similar concerns about the revenue model, and I don't think we've got much time, but think what are two alternative sources of revenue, or two alternative sources of relieving yourself of some of those costs? Because you only have a couple of suppliers there that cost money.
Yeah.
Like I said, one of the options is having smaller activities within senior homes as opposed to a big trip, and another can be selling informational pamphlets to younger generations about how they can support senior homes. I mean, their senior family, without becoming bankrupt. Because I feel a lot of the younger generation is less excited about taking care of their older family because they are scared about the financial problems. But if we educate them about how they could do it without being financially unstable, that could help decrease the number of people feeling isolated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. They're funny, huh? That middle part. Yeah, and what's the question? No, but it's good, and it's a great effort, and I love it. It's exciting, and it's really good to see. I mean, for you girls and then for the IJ girls as well, how much thought have gone into your presentations. It's very cool to see. Did you need a little bit more time, judges? No, you're good to go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce the third of our 5 Project Aspire finalists that we have here today. This is Team Sparkle, also CHIJ. No wonder you brought cheerleaders. Team members from Team Sparkle, we've got Ng Ying Yi, Qiu Jia Yi, Kan Yu Xuan, Yo Ding Yi. Right? Yeah? Okay. So the idea here is they want to serve as, I guess, what they're proposing is meant to serve as a platform for alternative sources of income for unemployed women by equipping them with technical skills to produce crafts for sale. Is that right? Okay, great. Come on up, girls.
Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Sparkle from CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls' School. I'm Ingi.
I'm Yuxian.
I'm Jiayi.
I'm Ding Yi.
Do you know that single mothers face a series of problems when seeking employment in Singapore? Study results from SMU Change Lab have shown that childcare requirements force many single mothers to work in poor-paying part-time jobs, which affects their ability to support themselves and their children. Financial pressures from various aspects and time constraints result in lack of interest in upgrading their qualifications. Receiving financial support from an ex-spouse is also relatively rare. Thus, our project aims to address these concerns through letting unemployed single mothers attend technical or even advanced skills workshops. Through the skills gained in the workshops, they can use them to supplement their income, which can tide them over financially during the period of unemployment. We aim to be the bridge between a new job and a period of unemployment so that unemployed single mothers can reintegrate back into the workforce at a comfortable pace. Through having a source to supplement their income during the period of unemployment, unemployed single mothers can feel more control of their lives and be inspired to dream big, shine brighter, and sparkle more.
In order to sustain our project in the long run, we have come up with ways to generate profits. We will be organizing charity concerts where tickets will be sold to the public. We will also be selling products during these concerts through street sales island-wide, in our partner fashion stores, and in our online blog shop on Carousel. These products are made from the unemployed single mothers after undergoing through workshops. These products include badges, bracelets, self-decorated marks, and A4-size watercolor paintings. We will also be supplementing the income of the unemployed single mothers by paying them with 50% of the profits generated from the sales of products and tickets. The other 50% of the profits will go into funding our project. Another important aspect is to conduct workshops.
Another important aspect is to conduct workshops will be
We'll be equipping them with new and revised skills, and we're recruiting professionals as well as volunteer groups to carry out these workshops. Thus, this will provide us with experience and capability and credibility to carry out these programs. Our main focus would be design and technology workshops as it is more functional. One example is how to make a badge using Adobe Photoshop. In addition, we'll be also partnering with local organizations such as Touch Community Services, which after our correspondences have replied favorably. And we're very happy that we will be carrying out a survey through them and finding out the qualifications and expertise from these unemployed single mothers. They'll have to pay a subsidized fee for these courses. And we will ensure that we give them maximum help in all areas. Also, we'll be recruiting headhunter services by partnering a company and having committed and organized professionals to help carry out, to help write job applications for these unemployed single mothers. And it will be free of charge, so they don't have to feel financially burdened.
Through all our above-mentioned plans, we'll also be raising awareness for unemployed single mothers. We'd like to encourage more people to render help in whatever ways they can and avoid having any stigmatization against unemployed single mothers. Firstly, we'll be raising awareness through our online blog shop. Secondly, through Team Sparkle's social media accounts, example, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Thirdly, we'll be attaching small notes on the products made by unemployed single mothers to inform the public about the case of unemployment for single mothers in Singapore. Lastly, we'll be setting up awareness booth during our charity concerts.
Although we have various platforms to generate profits, we will still need the $5,000 from Project Aspire to fund Team Sparkle to kickstart our project, as we need to cover the high material costs, high rental fees, the cost for hiring professionals, as well as costs for raising awareness, etc.
Lastly, we would like to conclude with a message that should our project be given the chance to take off, any unemployed single mothers who will join us will be inspired to dream big, shine brighter, and sparkle more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, girls, and a very passionate, high-energy presentation.
Thank you.
I have a very simple question, which is that, as you know, it's a very, very crowded world in Singapore. People are, have lots of money to spend on lots of things. And, in your proposal, you've done excellent research on what's the landscape now in terms of similar organizations who are trying to do something in this area. But how do you feel about your ability to cut through the clutter and force, and make, not force, but encourage, persuade, convince someone out there on the street in Singapore to buy these particular products instead of some other products that are being sold, to help the disadvantaged?
Oh, because these products are practical and there's an element of charity to it. We actually did a survey regarding this because we weren't even sure that, at the start of the project, we weren't even sure if we wanted the handicrafts. So we did a survey, and out of there were 128 responses, and they were our age teenagers and young adults. So we asked them if within a suitable price range, which is the price on our proposal, would they be interested in purchasing our products with 50% of profits going to unemployed single mothers. So 90% of them responded with a complete yes. So we are confident that this group of people, which are our age, would definitely buy these products.
Sounds great. So you have a ready pool of friends to sell to. So please remember all their names and contacts. Just wondering also, other than your friends, then do you actually have any marketing channels for your products? And you mentioned about your partnering fashion stalls. Have you spoken to some of them? And the product range, was it through market research, or you mentioned you spoke to Touch? Was it suggested by them? That's why you actually design all these products. And for a start, are you going to launch everything at one go? And mainly your product and how you're going to market.
Because we find that single mothers really need help in this society right nowadays, and we have spoken to some shops Sammy Hair Salon. They are willing to help as a charity cause to help us sell and raise awareness through their shop to more people, because they are different age groups coming to their shop. So they are quite confident that we can use them as a channel to spread this
thing first. Then we will also have organization like the Touch community, as you mentioned. They are willing to partner with us, as if because we are very sure and very strong what we are going to do to help these unemployed single mothers. So they are also confident in us, and also they think that we can actually use this because we have generating profit, so we are able to sustain and also raise awareness at the same time.
I would like to add on for the Touch community services. Actually, we generated the handicrafts is our idea, but then the Touch community services, we actually contacted them because we wanted their clients to also work with us. So basically, it's their single mothers who will be working with us and making the products and helping out at our charity concerts.
Well done. Excellent presentation. How many single unemployed mothers are there in Singapore? Yes.
Okay, so we're not really sure about the numbers or the percentage of the unemployed single mothers, but we are very sure that there are organizations that have come into contact with these unemployed single mothers. So we will be using the organizations to keep in contact with these mothers that we can help. Yeah, so that will be a target group for our project.
Let's assume there's 100,000. It's a nice, neat number. Tell me how you intend to reach and assist that many people.
We will first start off with those who are interested in design and technology. So as we said, we are contacting Touch, community services, We Care support group, etc. So we'll basically ask them for, survey them for the unemployed single mothers, their profile. So basically, if this, we have the base for course is design and technology. So we have another layer of advanced skills, which is like business refreshment courses. And these courses will actually be tailored to the needs of unemployed single mothers. So actually we will contact them and ask their qualifications and are they willing to attend these workshops, which will be at a subsidized cost.
Thank you very much, girls. Yeah, you can pass it on to the next team. Judges, do you need a little bit of time? Or okay, great. You're getting the hang of this, huh? All right, so I'm going to go ahead now to introduce the fourth of 5 teams who will be presenting today. And this is the Quay girls from Raffles Institution Junior College. We've got Hui Ling, Ma Katrina Beatrice, Rachel Koh, and Shafika? Okay, Shafika Nabila. Okay, great. Now, their idea is to empower female juvenile offenders by providing culinary skills training in making traditional cakes or kuehs for sale at independent cafes. So to tell us a little bit more, please join me in welcoming the Quay girls.
A little something sweet never hurt anybody. And in this case, it's gonna help a whole lot. We're Katrina, Shah, Rachel, and Joyce, and this is the Quay Girls. Our project aims to enrich the lives of female juvenile offenders, teenage girls, some just like us, through a small and simple treat, Quay. So let's take a closer look at this demographic. We'll first collaborate with the independent AG home, which houses roughly 60 teenage girls. At this age, these girls are vulnerable and they need a strong social and emotional support system. This is especially because in such homes, they're cut off from their families and friends. In terms of skills development, while homes do have vocational programs, we see that they're often not taught with a more current societal context in mind, which is really important for skills in today's world. If we don't pay attention to this problem, it's definitely going to blow up. When girls leave the homes, they're likely to recommit offenses and they'll have a harder time finding jobs. And the truth is, right now, not enough is being done for these girls. A lot of the big NGOs that work with ex-convicts, such as the Yellow Ribbon Project, don't focus on female youth offenders in particular. This isn't the kind of life that we want young women to live. And this is why we came up with the Quay Girls.
Through this project, we aim to empower these girls by enabling them to learn skills and gain employability, as well as inspiring in them a sense of enterprise. This will be done through a 4-step program. The first step is partnership. We have 2 main partners in mind, hawkers and independent cafes. Hawkers will partner with the girls by allowing them to work part-time at their stalls or shops, enabling them to pick up cooking skills and give them a real-life working experience. This will be framed as an internship program of sorts where hawkers will be given assistance at a lower wage rate while affiliating themselves with a worthy social cause. Independent cafes are our next important partner, as this is where the girls will be selling the quiz that they later on will make. We are looking to partner with independent local cafes such as Mean Bean and Wicked Grind, as such cafes have experience working with social enterprises and are thus likely to be willing to work with us. Furthermore, the stakeholders will be given a big sticker of the Queer Girls logo, which you've seen earlier, and a poster explaining the social cause which they can paste on or near their establishments. These logos, as a manner of branding or certification, will bolster their reputation due to their affiliation with social advocacy.
Subsequently, we will need to establish our target group's interest in joining the Queer Girls, or as we've labeled it, participation. Of the various homes in Singapore aimed at rehabilitating juvenile girls at risk, we are looking to work with girls from AG Home for the initial rollout of a proposed plan, as AG Home has previously been open to working with external vendors to conduct workshops for its 60 girls. Having learned to make delectable clay under Hawker's experienced mentorship based on time-tested and perfected recipes, interested girls will enter the production stage of the project, where they will be granted round-the-clock access to the home's kitchens, furnished with necessary equipment like ovens and ingredients. While acquiring a familiarity with basic culinary skills rooted in cultural tradition, Queer girls can simultaneously create marketable goods that they can be proud of. The final step is, of course, promotion, bringing a variety of sweet treats to the consumer, you. As Shah has mentioned, our project brings traditional kueh to cafes frequented by youth, meeting demand created through the popularization of ethnic desserts, by local designers like Uncle Kueh Girl. Goodies will be presented in transparent packaging to display their colorful appearance and labeled with our design stickers, as seen in the image there. And with cute mascots in lovely pastel colors for a worthy cause, how could you resist Instagramming this snack to spread the word?
So to fulfill the enterprise part of a social enterprise, as you can see, we've done quite a detailed plan on the financial feasibility of this project. The idea is that the costs that go into buying things like ingredients and ovens, the girls will be able to generate a revenue through the sale of the kueh. We've made some calculations with some provisions in mind. For instance, if the home does not have their own ovens, can we provide for the ovens? And we have seen that we will be able to generate quite a healthy profit that will be able to be channeled back into the program for further expansion and development. So in conclusion, we believe that these young girls deserve to have second chances in life, regardless of what mistakes they've made or what they've gone through. We believe that this is a worthy cause and this is a worthy demographic. And we know this is not an earth-shattering program, but we hope it will be a sincere and meaningful way of being part of that journey of improvement and change for them. Thank you.
Hey, I love it.
Thank you.
One of the keys to success in early stage enterprises is focus. And you guys have razor sharp focus, identifiable locations and people with a product that people love. So well done. Have you already had discussions with potential suppliers to assist with reducing the costs? And what's your sort of optimism on getting all of the girls? I think you mentioned sort of 400 in total. There was a number in there, I remember. Gainfully employed quickly.
Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get like a confirmation from them that yes, we're going to participate. But we are confident that these stakeholders will be willing to work with us because they have a history of working with different social enterprises. For example, if we look at the homes, they tend to get in external vendors to conduct workshops for the girls. So why not propose something that can get the girls out there? And similarly for the cafes, they also have an experience of working even with students for social enterprises and bringing in outside goods. In terms of our optimism on the participation rate, as you can see, we actually started with AG Home as a starting point, which has 60 girls, and we actually were very sort of we try to be realistic. So let's say only half of them want to participate. So 30 girls. And even with that in mind, we should be able to generate a profit. And if we expand it, we want to be realistic, but we also hope that more girls will be willing to take it up. Yeah.
What about the quality aspects of it? You know that Singaporeans are extremely picky consumers, right? And these kueh are actually, in the normal circumstance, rather hard to make, you know, because it's a tradition of through generations of cooks, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Actually, we had that in mind when we picked the quiz that we wanted to make, that those had a few recipes that we could perhaps try out on our own and decide which ones were the best ones and stuff like that. But we generally picked quiz that are not so sticky or difficult to package and make, but are things like kueh lapis, which are quite easy to cut up and have quite a relatively more simple process of making as compared to other quiz like kueh, like that. Okay, sorry. You see, this is very embarrassing because I'm actually Malay, so I should know. But yeah, the badak berenam. That's the one. Like cause there's like a sauce and a kueh and all that. So we picked those that were relatively easier to make. So if there is perhaps anything lacking in quality, which hopefully, and I don't think there will be, it may not be so noticeable as it would be for other kueh that we might make.
Yeah, and if I could just add on, looking at the demographic that we're trying to sell to, you know, these are like cafe goers, so their kids our age, or, you know, young working adults. They're not going to be, you know, like, they're not going to be adults looking for like the best kueh out there for like the highest price. You know, the selling point for these kuehs aren't really. I mean, it's definitely the quality and like the traditional feel, but it's also, you know, like the aesthetic of it and how, you know, like the sort of combined social aspect as well as the aesthetic. And I think because it's at an affordable price, it'll still sell even if it's like not the super duper best. But yeah.
Don't look for expensive kueh to buy. Anyway, just out of curiosity, since your target audience is similar to your age group, is kueh something that you will look out for when you visit cafes?
Kueh,
as in, does it like, wow, I must try this kueh?
I think it would be pretty interesting because it's pretty unique. You don't really see kuehs in cafes, I guess, because, you know, what they usually sell is like artisanal like pies or like, you know, other pastries and things like that. So that's sort of your run-of-the-mill stuff. This is pretty interesting and unique, I think.
Yeah, and also a lot of our project is based on the fact that we've got this local website that we really love. It's called NICE, N-A-I-I-S-E. Not sure if you've heard of it before, but they've had a lot of prints lately and local designers who've capitalized on the aesthetic of traditional kueh to produce a lot of merchandise that's surprisingly been extremely successful with teenagers and young working adults. So we think that there's definitely a market for this. And that people might purchase it, if not to eat, then just to, you know, be able to take a photo of it and Instagram it. I mean,
and I love your mascots. I love your mascots.
All right, thank you very much, girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would buy kueh if I went to a cafe and it was good and there was a story behind it, you know, and the branding, the marketing was there. I'd buy it. I'd eat it. Okay. Oh, very different looking group of students we have up next. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our last group for today. They're from the Singapore American School. I'm going to try again with the names. Just correct me as we go along. I know we've got two Matthews. Raise your hand if you're a Matthew. Matthew 1 and Matthew 2. All right, that's a Matthew Chan and a Matthew Grisinger. Ah, nice. And Armando de Chico? DiChico. Okay. And William Bundy. Okay, so, and this is the idea. It's about creating a financial future for domestic workers. So if we could get you guys up on stage, tell us a little bit more about your idea. A round of applause, please.
Hui Min was just 36 years old when her husband passed away. As a mother of 2 young children, she worried for the future of both her and her children. She said, "My husband always handled the finances when he was around. Now, I don't even know what insurance policies we have." Hui Min, along with many single mothers and domestic workers across Singapore, face this problem every single day, where they suffer from a lack of financial literacy and from a lack of knowing how to manage their personal finances. The stories of Hui Min and women like her inspired us to create a business in which we could teach women across Singapore how to manage their finances independently.
In order to be a successful business, we must have very specific goals in mind. In the beginning stages, based on our original venue, we hope to have about 15 customers regularly, and then as the business goes on, within the first 15-week curriculum, hope to have somewhere around 50 customers. And we know and we anticipate that through our advertising program and through word of mouth, through the tight-knit community of domestic workers, we hope that word will spread not only in the areas where we have the venue, but all throughout Singapore. Therefore, we have another goal that within 1 year of our business, we will be able to expand and have at least one additional venue, making it both more efficient for the customers and more of an incentive to at least try it out. And also, one other goal that we have, because it is extremely hard to quantify how much of a success our business is, we will be sending out surveys every now and then asking them how they feel qualitatively and quantitatively, if they feel more confident and if they see more of a change in how they're able to manage their finances. Because then we know at the end of the day, when our business success, if they're able to go home to their families and not only for the short term, but for the long term, be able to handle a daunting task, managing finances with ease for the rest of their lives.
Now you might be thinking, who are our competitors and what makes us unique? Now, through our research, we came across two different competitors. One's name is Project Spark, and the other one is IDHA. Now, Project Spark plans to help single parents become more financially independent, and in addition, help them get back into the workforce. Now, though we share similar goals, our business caters to a different clientele. We plan to help domestic workers become a little bit more financially independent. Now, IDA, on the other hand, teaches domestic workers as to how to become, or teaches domestic workers skills that they would never learn, such as computer literacy. Now, what differentiates us from them is our teaching method. We plan to get college students majoring in economics in colleges such as NUS and SMU to help teach our programs as interns. Now, this is a win-win situation because our interns will get college credits, and at the same time, our domestic workers will will inherit the skills that they've been taught by these interns. Now, at the end of the day, competition should not be an issue when helping people. We want to help as many people as we can. And so in the future, our goal is to work together with our competitors to solve the greater good.
Hi, you have just heard how we will help women in Singapore manage their finances, and I will discuss how we will manage our finances. We aim to have 70% of our funds dedicated to training resources. That includes having materials to teach them, as well as providing a ready, accessible venue, which is suitable. 16% of our funds will go to advertising. We decided to use social media advertising because we find that will be the most effective way to get our message across. The remaining 14% of our funds will be in a so-called contingency fund. So if any unforeseen circumstances or issues come up, we have the resources ready to fix them. Regarding location, the only location we have confirmed so far is a paid one, but we are actively searching for locations which are either heavily subsidized or free, such as schools or even community centers. Thank you.
Our business has everything it needs in order to make women in Singapore financially literate. Our goals, our vision, and our hearts are all committed to assisting women across Singapore towards becoming financially independent. Now it is up to you to make our dream a reality. Thank you.
You mentioned in your presentation about AIDA, and I just wondered, whether you had considered, instead of having a separate organization or a project like you've described, could you harness your colleagues in school, the potential trainers, to actually be doing training at AIDA as part of another program or another focus?
We will consider this in the future, but we believe that for now, it is best to have this mutual benefit that goes on between where we have college students, where they can gain internship credit and valuable work experience in the real world, which puts them actually ahead of their colleagues when they're going for economics jobs in other sectors for economics. And so we believe that for now, we should just focus on utilizing our resources and our venue to create this.
Well done, guys, and I'm just really pleased to see 4 guys up there for this issue. So congratulations. What do you think are the 3 main knowledge deficits amongst the migrant home domestic workers? And I just need to understand the context for why an SMU economics graduate is going to be helpful. No, I don't want to say anything bad about SMU, but I know a lot of economics graduates.
Well, we believe that for our program, although it may seem like a bit of overkill to do something like this, where we have college students teaching these migrant workers, we believe that domestic workers, no matter what their living scenario and what their job is, that they deserve the best work experience and they deserve the best teaching available. And so we believe that our group and our company will be able to provide that.
Have you thought of which organizations that you're going to market to for these participants?
So we surveyed others we surveyed other colleagues of ours, and so many of our colleagues, and we know other domestic workers and single mothers, and so we believe that that our networking can provide a nice source of labor, we believe that we can find people through social media and these various media outlets such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, which many migrant workers use on their phones. And so we believe that our social networking campaigns will be able to find these participants for our company. And we also believe that our marketing just directly face-to-face and with migrant workers and single mothers, that we can find participants. But in the future, we may be inclined to work with migrant agencies to connect us with even more migrant workers.
This is a question actually, if you like, directed actually to all the teams. Tell me about your commitment to this project. How much time are you willing to put into this? I don't think that was the right answer.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I believe that we are all very committed to this project, as we've been working on this for several months now, and we really care about our domestic workers, and we've read online a lot of stuff that told us about the perils that they face. For example, Hui Min's story, and so we believe that we're all very committed to this, to helping empower these females and these migrant workers and single mothers. And so I believe that our commitment will be very hands-on, and we will run the company to the best of our ability.
Well, I mean, at our school, we're very focused on service and helping others, and it's almost, I mean, it's not like you have to, but many kids at our school choose to, and especially since most of us, if not all of us, are very intrigued in business and economics, and especially since this is a matter of importance and is something that the domestic workers deserve to know more of, it's something that not only we feel would help them, but it's also something that our individual, like I look forward to knowing more about myself. So it's also just a passion of mine as well as helping others.
I think William just summed it up for me. I mean, we've been working on this for a long time now. I mean, since September, really. And this isn't something that we just thought of, you know.
Guys, I'm really sorry, but you're actually out of time. But you had the opportunity to speak many times, though, to be fair. And you threw your buddy under the bus. So as much as I would love to give you the opportunity to each speak now, I have to be fair to the other teams. And I'm really sorry, but this is part of my job. But a round of applause, please, for our guys today. Thank you very much. I'm not being a bad guy. I have a tough job. I have to keep people on track, on time. We're already running behind. And they really did have the opportunity to speak many times. And then were you one of the Matthews? That was, constantly thrown under the bus? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, can we just have another round of applause for all 5 of our Project Aspire finalists here today? Really, really good job, guys. Very exciting to see. And again, you guys are the first batch of our junior Project Inspires, our Project Aspires. And we're really glad that you could join us today. Now, I'm just going to give the judges a few minutes to deliberate. Yeah, you can go up. Yeah, please. And once they've come to their decisions, we'll move on to the next part of the program. But first, just quickly, throughout the morning, I've been encouraging you to use Pigeonhole. It's Pigeonhole time. So we're going to go through a couple of the questions that you guys have put forward to our finalists from this morning. And once the judges are done deliberating, we'll move on to the next part of today's program where we get to give out some exciting prizes. So, while they set this up, once again, if you want to go online, you can go to pigeonhole.at. This is where you can input your questions. The code is PI2015. In the meantime, we'll just take questions from the floor while they set this up. Does anybody have a question? Your questions can be a general question, or it can be directed to one of the finalists. Did anybody have a question that they put on Pigeonhole that's still taking a bit of time to come up? Oh, never mind. You can hang on to that thought. So we're just going to start here with questions that have the most votes. This is something else you'll find in Pigeonhole, that even if you don't want to put a question in, you can vote for questions, and those get floated to the top. And I'm just going to go with questions that have the most number of votes, okay? And they all have the same number. Never mind. I'll start. 4. Thank you. Thank you, whoever just did that. Okay, this question is for Barbara. How do you choose the girls whom you would train? Is there an application process? Barbara, would you like to join me on stage?
Oh.
Actually, you know what? No, you can say that.
Yes, so we do have an application. Before the application process, we go out into the villages and do information sessions, telling them exactly what the program is about, what we look out for, what kind of commitment we expect, and all the other expectations that we expect from the participants and who we look out for. And then we give them an application form, which they all fill, and we get them, and then we call for interviews. Most times we call all the girls, but sometimes if the applications are too many, we'll just call a number that we feel we can deal with. And then from then, after we've interviewed everyone, we sit and then decide on who gets to come into the program. And then if it's more than the number that we can actually take for a particular cohort, we'll keep the rest for the next cohort. Like they automatically get into the next cohort.
Thank you very much, Barbara. So we'll move on now to the next question, which has the highest number of votes. We have, this one is for Deepak. Great idea and implementation. How is this women specific in terms of beneficiaries? Deepak.
So, like you might know also that most of the cooking is done by women, mostly in developing countries. So that's why our beneficiaries are particularly women, and because children are also around them, because they are less than 5 years old, so they are always with mother, and they have a very weak immune system, and that's the reason why children also die. Half of the deaths are because of children. So particularly in that sense, our beneficiaries are actually directly women and children.
Great answer. Thank you, Deepak. So it's okay. We don't have to clap after every answer. We'll save the applause at the end for all the great answers, and then we'll just do one big round of applause, okay? So we'll move on now to the next question. We've got 7 votes. Look at you guys. You're using Pigeonhole. I can see it. I can see it coming in. That's great. So this is to the SPPI representative. You mentioned children come to facilities and are trained in the seaweed business. Are you considering a school system for the kids? Justin, this was you. Yeah?
That's a very interesting question. We don't really have a separate school system for the kids because the kids that come to our orientations go to school independently of the activities that we set. But we have a lot of children-oriented activities when their parents talk about technicalities of the seaweed business. Some of our volunteers interact with the kids, play with them, teach them gender sensitivity stuff, and yeah, that's what we do.
Mm-hmm. Good program there. Now, we move on to the next question here, and I'm going to skip one just because Deepak, you've already had a go at a question here. But to the Dare women, that's Lindsay, right? Is it? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned that in your expansion phase, you would look at e-commerce. Is it the best medium to reach tribal women, or are you thinking of expanding that target?
So thank you for the question. We were considering doing e-commerce, and we would actually be expanding our market for that. So we were thinking of then shipping the pads back to a country like the United States and then really jacking up the price and doing that as a model instead, because they're cute, and we do think that it's a possibility to get a niche group of women in a country like the US to use them.
True. They are very cute. Yeah. And you should jack up the prices for a different audience. Why not? Okay, so we go to Adriana. Your model will be very beneficial to the individuals who become agents with increased income, but how does this benefit the community as a whole?
Okay, so in Indonesia, as in every country in the world, there's a bit of a tax, what we call the poverty tax on the poor. It's in Indonesia especially, it's manifested in something like phone credit. So if you're a very poor person, something that costs $1 to top up, you would pay $1.40, $1.50. If you topped up $10 right away, you pay that same difference. So what we're trying to do here is that by having sellers who are in the community and cutting out the middleman, we're really giving them the opportunity to bring down the overall price. It won't be a dramatic difference, but at least we know that if we can take small steps towards making it easier and a little bit cheaper for the lower income community, then we can actually from there move on to provide other financial services for the community through the agency.
Great, thanks. So what is a household or a woman's motivation to give you the wood versus using it for their open fire, as there will be a time lag between the supply of wood and that of receiving the fuel cookies? I think that's what they mean by 2 cookies.
So we don't ask people to change their habits. So if a woman is collecting or man is collecting, and whenever they are collecting, they are supposed to give wood at that time. And usually people collect before the rainy season. They collect more, and that's what we also do. We also collect more, and we give them the bags in advance. So like in urban areas, people keep extra cylinder of gas, the cooking gas. In the same way, we also encourage people to keep some kind of safety net, like in case if we run out or there is some strike, our truck does not show up, they keep the extra cookies with them. And then the main motivation is that they reduce their time and efforts by up to 50% because they don't have to collect that much of wood. They have to collect like half. But there are a few other motivations also. For example, our stove is very aspirational, good-looking design. So they really want to have this and really take care of it, and just to show to their neighbors that we are living a good life. So there are these kind of factors as well.
An aspirational design. I like that. Okay, thank you very much, Deepak. Just quickly, I'm going to turn to the floor because some people are just not good at technology and maybe cannot figure out Pigeonhole. Anybody fall into that category but have a question you would like to ask? We won't judge you. It's okay. No? Okay, I will stick to Pigeonhole. Women in technology. Is this a general thing to all women in technology, or was there somebody who presented something specifically called women? Barbara, right, sorry. You told us about your success stories. Did you have any failures? Why? And how can the grant help you solve those issues?
Of course, we do have failures. That is expected. If we didn't have any failures, there would be a problem with our program, actually. That's in my thinking. So some of the failures we've had, or why we feel the girls have failed, is one, social issues or where they're coming from. Some girls haven't been able to complete the program simply because either their parent felt like they were taking too much time at our space, so they shouldn't come anymore. And to us, the reason that has happened is because we haven't sensitized that particular parent. We kind of feel like we've gone out into the communities, but there are those parents we haven't been able to reach, because it's very important for us to gain the trust, because these are young girls. It's very important for us to gain buy-in from the parents so that they can send their children. If they trust you, they'll send their children to you. So sometimes I kind of feel like we've failed to reach these parents and ensure them of what we do. So yeah, some girls have failed. Some girls have dropped out of the program. And sometimes we've just failed to connect with the girls. Regardless of what we do, we've just failed to reach her. And so we've kind of failed. And so how can the grant help you in solving these issues? One, sensitizing the communities. In my budget, I did put an outreach and awareness bit to it, because we want to go into the communities and tell every single one what we are doing, invite them to come and see what we do, so that they buy in. And if a parent buys in, even if the girl doesn't want to come, even if the starting point is the girl being forced to come to us, by the time she leaves, most times she has actually changed her attitude towards work and she's doing something for herself. So the grant will be able to help us in solving some of those failures, but not all of them.
Great, thank you, Barbara. I think we've got time for just a couple more questions. I think the judges have just about finished their deliberation. So we'll go ahead and take this one with 5 votes. Lindsay, what will be the selling price per pad? And how easy or difficult is it for your target market to afford it?
So looking at another model who does something similar to us in Uganda, we would plan on selling the pads for about $5 US dollars. And if we sold it at this price, the women who would be making the pads on the team would actually make about $10 per day if they sold all of the pads. So and at $10 per day, that would actually be a very good income, because typically it's about $7 to $8 per day. So for our target market, we believe that they would be able to afford this price after looking at another model. And also because it will save them a lot of money in the long run, either from health care that they might need if they get a fungal infection from not using pads, or if they do happen to get access to disposable pads by going to a store, that would be 10 times more expensive than just using reusable pads.
Great. Thank you so much, Lindsay. And thanks to all of our finalists again for answering those questions, and to the audience for putting those questions forward. The judges have completed their deliberation, so we're going to move on to the next part of today's program, where I would like to invite up on stage our guest of honor for the day, Ms. Jacqueline Poe, the Managing Director of the Infocom Development Authority of Singapore, to say a few words. Jacqueline, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm really inspired to see such a nice crowd of people dying to change the world through technology, innovation, and empowerment. It's really a pleasure for me to be here addressing you and looking at the economic empowerment of women and girls all over the world. I would really like to congratulate all the finalists today, because I think your solutions have been genuinely innovative and exciting and have been presented here. Project Inspire is now in its 5th year, and many of you will know that we have something called the Smart Nation vision, right? Smart Nation is for men and women, and it is designed and built by men and women. Okay, so as Project Inspire is in its 5th year through technology and design. About 8 years ago, I took part in a World Bank project. So the World Bank sent me to rural Rajasthan, which, as you know, is a place where there is, you get your water out of a well, and is generally known to be a desert. A beautiful desert, but a desert nevertheless. And I was sent there to do a project that was to do with the economic empowerment of women in Rajasthan. And this was, unbelievably, growing of tropical fish. Now, tropical fish was not a necessarily good idea to grow in, to rear in the desert of Rajasthan, because it was hot and very dry. But nonetheless, the World Bank wanted to press ahead with this project, because apparently the demand for tropical fish in Chennai was quite high. At that time, the project had failed about 4 times. Each batch of fish had either died, been eaten by all the birds, and or the water had seeped into the ground, and or they couldn't get their product to market, and they didn't know what the market was. So at that time, I do recall thinking, something that was relevant to today's topic, which is there was no technology. I mean, there's very little technology that touched the villages of rural Rajasthan. They had no smartphones to tell them what the market price of tropical fish, an ornamental fish, was in Chennai. They had no idea of what the weather might be that might affect the growth of that fish. They had no idea about the price of fry. And they had no technologies to get their product to market. So because of such a bad logistics process, even if they did manage to get a couple of fish that survived in the end to maturity, they would have to put them in plastic bags and then get onto a scooter and then drive that scooter 2 hours in the heat to get to the nearest town, which is Udaipur. So technology, design can make a big difference to economic empowerment of women everywhere. I would like to say, however, that it's not just technology and design. I'd like to add one more element to this, and that is data. The explosion of data coupled with new technologies like cloud computing, advanced analytics, machine learning, has resulted in new possibilities and capabilities for all sorts of social enterprises and NGOs. It enables them to find solutions faster, to push them out on an unprecedented scale. Considering that almost 1 billion people in the world, like the ones I met in Rajasthan, they still live on less than $2 US a day, and that millions of women and girls around the world lack fundamental human rights such as education, getting NGOs and social enterprises to use data, technology, and design is really crucial to bringing about a faster pace of social change. The first form of empowerment is access to information and insights to make better decisions. The ability to collect and analyze data enables change makers to better understand the causes that they are driving. The ability to then disseminate that information at relatively low cost through technologies like the mobile internet also is a means to empowerment. For example, the green that is growing resources for enhanced agricultural enterprises and nutrition, they have a project in South Benin, and it's worked with Isoko to create an analytics and text messaging social enterprise to collect and send SMSs with market prices to vegetable producers in real time. And this has had the effect of really increasing their bargaining power in the marketplace. The second form of empowerment is the creation of tech platforms to enable better matching of those who have resources and those who have needs. For example, I'm a big fan of Kiva, which is of course a platform, a non-profit platform connecting people through lending to alleviate poverty. Kiva crowdsources loans to entrepreneurs in the developing world, enabling a microfinance model for farmers and craftsmen to build sustainable business. The third form of empowerment, especially for women in enterprise, is the use of technology to reach out to their consumers in a more cost-effective manner. For example, there's a firm called Design Up Asia. It's a Singapore-based social enterprise. I'm not sure if it's here today. It encourages single mothers who may have otherwise have limited access to formal paid employment to design and sell jewelry on an e-commerce platform. E-commerce is really taking off in Singapore, by the way. So I looked at the Singapore government and I thought to myself, how best the Singapore government really should use technology to enhance social change. And of course, we are also doing a lot using technology, data, and design. Let me share some examples. The first case is civic hacking. How many of you have heard of the term civic hacking? Okay, one of you. Okay, so there's 2 of you. Yes, so not bad. You're in. The rest of you may think hacking is a dirty word. It is not. It is a movement that started in the US some time ago as a series of opportunities for individuals with particular problems in the community to meet up with designers and engineers who might be best able to solve them. So it's civic hacking. Hacking a solution. This could be searching for the best way to provide a new bus route through an underprivileged neighborhood, or finding a new way to keep public beaches clean, or finding a way for caregivers to monitor the health of the elderly. Similarly, in Singapore, we've also used our government open data platform, data.gov.sg, please feel free to look at it, as a basis for hackathons. And we recently held something called Hackathon at SG, which attracted over 1,000 participants and resulted in the creation of over 300 very empowering applications. IDA is also thinking about the process for matching NGOs and volunteers and how it can be improved through technology. For the longest time, beneficiaries actually have grumbled about getting inconsistent and sometimes impractical help, especially from well-meaning corporates who are doing their CSR. In one case, a social service office told me that underprivileged households in HDB rental flats were given, this is by a bank gave them very large, heavy king coil mattresses to replace their existing mattresses, which were very worn. But they didn't know what to do with the king coil mattresses. They were too big and too heavy. What the beneficiaries actually wanted and suited their lifestyle were very light, thin, small mattresses because they could hang them out to sun them. And that was the way they got rid of bed bugs. So it turned out that the big, heavy king coil mattresses increased the number of bed bugs they had to live with. Also, we're thinking about managing volunteers. Now, this can be very challenging, especially because some volunteers don't turn up on time, and replacements can be very difficult to find at the last minute. That's strange. It's not a problem with Uber, right? So we are currently working on a digital system with NCSS and the NBPC that will act as a real-time matching platform for beneficiaries, caregivers, donors, volunteers, and NGOs. This is what we currently call Digital Kampong. This will enable better matching and allow donors to meet the needs of those they are helping. It will also enable NGOs to reach their volunteers quickly for scheduling purposes and to optimize their levels of engagement. In conclusion, the future of the social sector in Singapore and elsewhere depends on how NGOs and social enterprises leverage the extensive reach and opportunities that technology, design, and data have presented. It is certainly a very exciting time, and the innovation and disruptive ideas that the finalists have presented today are a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite up on stage one of the co-founders of Project Inspire and also the group head for corporate communications, MasterCard Asia Pacific, Miss Georgette Tan, to say a few words. Georgette, please.
Thank you, Ting. I will be brief because I know I'm standing between the results and you knowing the results. First, I'd like to thank all the judges from both this morning and this afternoon. They've volunteered a huge amount of their time, their effort. I'd like to thank the finalists for those coming miles and miles. Welcome. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being part of Project Inspire. And for our Project Aspire finalists, thank you. It's a brave step that you've done and you've taken. And hopefully you'll be the role model for more to come. Thank you to our supporters, all of you here. And let me just take a very quick moment, ladies and gentlemen, to thank and recognize the amazing team from UN Women who have worked tirelessly for months on end to make this happen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the team at UN Women. You know them because they're all in beautiful blue shawls. And it's both the team and the interns and the volunteers. It takes an army to put this together, ladies and gentlemen, trust me. I'm really encouraged to see in the audience this year, after 5 years, a lot more men. That's a huge step. Yes, gentlemen. A round of applause for yourselves. Absolutely. That in itself shows that in 5 years, maybe something like Project Inspire has also raised the level of awareness, women's empowerment, and brought it to the knowledge of men, and the understanding that men play a huge role in helping women in their journey. There is a program that is in fact run by UN Women. You can find out more about it. It's called He for She. And it's all about how men can be stepping up and playing their part. So 5 years on, you've heard the numbers from Trina, thousands of women beneficiaries, hundreds of applications, hundreds of hours poring over the applications. What have we come to? We've come to the realization that there's a lot more that needs to be done. This is just the first few steps. But these are steps that I think we all needed to take. And speaking on behalf of MasterCard, who's been very proud to be a co-founder in this, working alongside our amazing partner, UN Women, it's something that we needed to do ourselves, to be enabler of good, to be a force for good, just like all of you are in your own capacities, being a force for good. So I applaud all our finalists, young change makers, future change makers. Thank you so much. Keep on the inspiration, keep on the fire, and we will see you next year.
Thank you very much, Georgette. Okay, so now, you know what time it is, right? Awards time. Okay, but we're going to start first with our Project Aspire Awards. And there are 3 awards in the Project Aspire category. The first is the Design Award, and this award goes to the team that best utilizes design as an element in their project. And this prize is with thanks to Make the Change. Each student in the team that best utilized design in their business proposal will win a 12-week digital studio workshop at MAD, or MAD School, by Chatsworth Media Art Academy. Now, I'd like to invite up on stage to present the award Ms. Jacqueline Poe, Mr. Pedro Aguirre from Make the Change, and Trina as well, please, if I could invite you up on stage. Yes, please. Yeah, come on up. And the winner for this category, everybody, wait for Trina. This is part of what UN Women does to build the suspense, you see. All right, we've got all our judges, we're good to go? All right, so our winner for this first category is Big Pink, our CHIJ girls. Congratulations, winners of the Design Award. Girls, if you want to scoot over a little bit, we can try and get everybody in that shot. And not stand right in front of the judges. So there you have it, the first award there, the Design Award. Congratulations. Thanks very much for helping give that prize out. And Jacqueline, if I can ask, oh, actually, sorry, the 3 judges, you're not judges, you're award presenters, may step off the stage, please. Thank you very much. The second award is actually the Technology Award, and that goes to the team that best utilizes technology as an element in their project. This prize is thanks to Playware. Each student in the team that best utilized technology in their business proposal will win a 2-week internship with Playware to participate in real-life projects. Now, the winner of this particular category is not here today. The 5 teams we have are the 5 finalists, but the winner for this came from the earlier... Oh, they are! What do you know? So the award presenters that I would like back on stage, please. Ms. Jacqueline Poe, if I could invite you please back on stage to give out the award to the winning team for the Technology Prize. And this award goes to Peta Pacha from the School of the Arts. Congratulations, please come up on stage. You can smile, it's okay. Congratulations, you won something. All right, thank you very much, thank you. No, you can stay, Jacqueline, guess what? You can stay. We've got one more award to give out here in this category. We've got the grand prize for Project Aspire. Of course, the winning team there will walk away with $5,000 to implement their inspired idea. I'd like to invite on stage to present the award Ms. Jacqueline Poe, who can stay on the stage, and the president of the UN Women Singapore Youth Team, Zoe Adamopoulos. Did I get that right? Zoe, if we can have you up on stage. And now, excited, guys? Nervous? You just want me to say it? Okay. And Trina on stage to also help give out the award. Sorry, that actually was added into my script. I overlooked it because I have a lot of stuff written on this. Sorry, Trina. Okay. All right, cool. So we've got everybody now. Just time for the winners. All right. And the winners for the grand prize for the Project Aspire Award goes to the Quay Girls. Congratulations, Quay Girls. Come on up. Whenever you're ready, ladies, whenever you're ready, we'll grab that group shot. Congratulations. The winners there of the grand prize for Project Aspire. Congratulations to the Quay Girls from Raffles Institution. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jacqueline and Zoe. Trina, I'm going to ask that you please remain on stage. And now I would like to invite to join Trina on stage, Georgette, please, to give away the award, the finalist awards and certificates to our finalists here today. Now, finalists, as I call your name, if you could please join me up on stage to receive your certificate and award. First up, please, Deepak Ashwini, representing Dezen. Don't worry, not everybody's winning $25,000. This is everybody on stage first, and then we announce the winner, okay? And next, I'd like to invite on stage Justin Soldevilla Bayag, who representing SPPI. Justin, if we could have you on stage, please. We'll do a group shot after this, so once you step off the stage, Deepak, if you could just hang out in that corner for a second. Thank you. And representing Women in Technology Uganda, Barbara Burungi. Representing Wobe, Adriana Tan. And representing the Dare Women's Foundation, Ms. Lindsay Yeager. Representing Emerge Lanka Foundation, Aaliyah Whitney Johnson. Representing Yayasan Planet Indonesia, Adam Miller. Representing Sun Saluter, Miss Eden Full. I'd also like to invite up Katie Rose, representing the Fabric Social. And Erin McCabe, representing the Australian Cervical Cancer Foundation. Congratulations, guys. Again, our top 10 finalists for Project Inspire. Big round of applause. If we could get all of you back on stage for one quick photo, and then we'll have you return to your seats. Thank you. Now, as the group is taking their group photo over there, next prize that we're going to be presenting actually is the Project Inspire People's Choice Award. And again, this year, thanks to crowdfunding partner Chuffed, how it worked was that the organizers of Project Inspire launched a semifinals stage of the competition. 20 top problem solvers were picked to progress to a crowdfunding stage of the competition as semifinalists, and each of them was provided with their own crowdfunding campaign page, of which they received 100% of the funds that were raised through that platform, which totaled more than $40,000. Of the 20, 9 were selected as finalists, and of the finalists, there was one that ended up here in Singapore at the grand finals. So to present the People's Choice Award, we have Trina and Georgette, and I would like to announce that the winner of this year's Project Inspire People's Choice Award goes to Dare Women's Foundation from Tanzania. Congratulations, Lindsay. Come on up. Thank you very much, Georgia. Thank you, Trina. Thank you, Lindsay. Oh, photo. We need it for Facebook or it never happened. All right. And now, before we deliver the results, I'd like to invite up on stage Professor Jasjit Singh, Associate Professor of INSEAD. Nope, wrong. Associate Professor of Strategy at INSEAD, and the judging panel lead to say a few words about the judges' deliberations this year. Jasjit, whenever you're ready. He's coming. Jasjit.
Hi, everyone. So I guess you're ready to hear the winners. I've been told by Amra I can't announce them yet. So I'm just supposed to tell you what happened in the room without telling you the outcome. Is that correct? Did I follow you right? Am I supposed to be here or I'm not supposed to be here? Okay, I'll tell you about the delivery. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do now that I'm here, but I'm not supposed to be telling you about the winners. So, well, I guess I'm supposed to be telling you how the process went. Well, there's always a lot of, the usual bickering, fighting, arm twisting, because everybody has their own view of who deserves the prize. And that's natural because all 10 of them were really good, weren't they? I mean, one more big round of applause. It doesn't make the judges' job easier. So obviously we have to think from the point of view of how do we bring everyone together and what is the mission of Project Inspire. So all 10 are winners from our point of view, and then obviously the discussions all go into given this year's theme, given Project Inspire's charter, given where we think the grant can make the biggest impact. All of those things come into consideration, and in the end, really, it's me who decides. Everybody gets a chance to vent, and then I inform them who wins, and that's it. So it's quite straightforward, really.
Way to wing it, Jasjit. Good job. So now I'm actually going to have you come up on stage with me, Jasjit. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about INSEAD. So INSEAD is one of the top global business schools. It's a close partner with Project Inspire, has been really from the start. And now their faculty have invited Project Inspire finalist teams to apply for their annual INSEAD Social Entrepreneurship Program in Singapore, November 29th to December 4th. And they're excited to share that INSEAD has offered this year to provide up to 3 selected Project Inspire finalist teams with a full scholarship. So that's very exciting. A big round of applause there. Thank you. And now the scholarships for this year have been awarded to 3 very deserving individuals who are represented here today. And I'd like to invite up on the stage Drew Graham from Wobi. Please come on up. Now remember, you might have heard from Adriana from Wobi today, but these guys don't exist in silo or on their own. They have teams, they have teammates. I'd also like to invite Jolyn Soldevilla-Beag from SPPI. She's just coming from the back over there. Congratulations. And last but not least, on behalf of Novia Sagita, I'd like to invite Adam Miller from Yayasan Planet Indonesia. Congratulations. You just get your photo taken, but you don't actually get anything. You just smile, and we record the moment as a significant one. So congratulations. Thank you very much, Jasjit. And now, Jasjit, you actually do get to go ahead and announce the winners. Okay. There you go. You can. You can. I got the cue from Amra.
Okay. All 2 of them?
All 2 of them.
Okay, so as I said, this was a tough one, but I'm happy to announce. First, let me start with the runners-up. Beats to Business, Emerge Sri Lanka. Who's actually giving the prizes? That's okay, you'll still be in the photo, that's all that matters. Okay, so we do take 2 for the camera. Please wait. Okay, so And we are happy to announce the runners-up for this year, Beads to Business from Emerge Sri Lanka. Oh, she already guessed it. Well done. Woo! One without.
And to give out the Project Inspire Grand Prize, I'd like to invite up on stage, please, Sesh, Shabina, and Georgette.
And should I stay or should I go?
You should stay, because now you announce it's a tag team thing.
Okay, so Shamina had to leave. That's fine. I'll pretend I'm Shamina. And we'll announce this year's winner for the grand $25,000 prize is Women in Technology from Uganda. Congratulations. I don't think I'm meant to be in the picture. I was really sneaking in, so I'll come in that later picture. There's all combinations, I think. Okay, now I'm in. Like. Even before it goes on Facebook, we do a like right here. I think my job is over.
It is, and good job, good job. So again, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2015 Project Inspire Awards. Would you like to say a few words, Barbara? Yeah?
Oh my goodness. So my team stayed the whole night up. I was practicing, and my husband just kept telling me, babe, you got this. And before I came on stage, I have a 10-month-old son, and he just sent me, I was really, really, really nervous. And so he sent me just a video of my son. Of course, he can't say anything, but he's like, this should calm you down. And everyone has been believing, everyone back home, even the girls that we trained, they were like, Barbara, yes, you've got this, we believe in you. And even if you don't win, you're still impacting us, and we are grateful. And even I've just been receiving WhatsApp messages from people, and oh my goodness, this is going to go a long way in helping us continue to do the work that we do. And we thank you so, so, so much, so much.
So a very big congratulations to Barbara, but I think also to all of our finalists here today. We can have another round of applause. Really, really good job, guys. Thank you for inspiring us, motivating us. And that applies to our Project Aspire finalists here today as well. Another round of applause, please, for our Project Aspire finalists. Big congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to follow Barbara's journey as it continues, you can do that online. She'll be updating blog posts on projinspire.com. You'll be able to follow the journey of her organization there. So on that note, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to all of you for being here today, for all your support, your encouragement, your questions, and the warmth, I think, and comfort that you gave to these guys when they were up on stage presenting. So on that note, we look forward to seeing you next year. Finalists, we're going to ask that you please stay back for photos. But for the rest of you, we hope you have a great weekend ahead, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you. So judges, also please stay back for the photos. So I'm going to go ahead and get our photos started. All PA